Welcome to this meeting of the Mid Suffolk Planning Committee. I'm Councillor Sarah Mansell and I will be chairing the meeting today. This meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that you are not included in the filming. Members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. If you are intending to do so, please could you inform the committee clerk. May I please request that mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. If you hear the fire alarm, please leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at Ipswich Town Football Ground. First, some introductions. On my left, in the front row, we have members of the planning team. We have the Chief Planning Officer, Phil Isbell. We have the Area Planning Manager, Gemma Walker. We have the Case Officer, Avril Gowdy, who will be presenting the first case, and other case officers will swap in when it's their turn. We also have the Head of Service Economy and Business, Michelle Gordon. Behind them, we have the legal advisor in Dupray, and then we have governance officers Claire Philpott, Alicia Norman and Bethany Webb. Now, because several of us are having problems logging on to our mod.gov agenda papers, we will be doing the voting in the old-fashioned way, by a show of hands. Yeah, we're all trying to persevere with the software that is not behaving itself this morning for some of us. So, can I move to the agenda, please? Apologies for absence and substitution.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Marriott is substituting, and apologies from Councillor Patchett and Councillor Matheson is substituting. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2, to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest and other registrable or non-registrable interests by members. Are there any to declare? Councillor Hadingham.
Thank you. Yes, non-pecuniary on the Palgrave solar panel 1. I don't know the landowners.
Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Are there any to declare? I think we've all been lobbied on the Tomo Road, the Castleton Way. Well, I've been lobbied on Tomo Road, Castleton Way, and the solar farm. Is there anyone who... can you put your hand up if you have been lobbied on all those 3 applications? Have, yeah. If anyone... You have. And has anyone been lobbied on anything else? So, okay. Can
I just confirm, Councillor Marriott, have you been lobbied at all? No. Okay, thank you.
Only been lobbied on the solar farm. Right, item number 4, declarations of personal site visits. Has anyone made a personal site visit that doesn't include the committee site visit to Castleton Way? Okay, thank you. Item number 5, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on the 26th of March 2025, confirmed in the tabled papers. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of those minutes? If not, then could I have a proposer, Councillor Hadingham, and seconder by Councillor Morgan? And we're now going to do a show of hands vote. So who's in favour of accepting the minutes?
Thank you, members. That's 7 votes for and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. So the minutes of the meeting have now been confirmed and will be signed in due course. Item number 6, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. And then we move to item number 7, which is the schedule of planning applications. We will be sticking to the order in the printed agenda. So we're going to start with item 7A, DC 23-05517, land adjacent to Tomo Road and Castleton Way, Stowmarket, Suffolk. And I will now invite the Case Officer Avril Gowdy to introduce the application to committee. Over to you, Avril. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. So the application before us today is a full planning application for the erection of 3 retail units to be arranged in a single terrace with associated car parking, access, landscaping and servicing arrangements. Members should be aware that although one of the potential proposed tenants are named, it is not material to the determination of this application and no weight can be given to who may occupy the unit. Members are reminded that considerations are limited to the proposal as a retail development. And just as a reminder that the presentation provides an introduction and illustration of some of the key points within the committee report and the table papers, and it merely acts as a springboard for debate. And all applications, as we know, must be assessed on their own individual planning merits after having regard to all material planning considerations. And I just wanted to provide an update since the committee report was published. So table papers would have been provided to members yesterday. Appreciate some of you may have only received them today. And they set out an addendum to the committee report, so should be read in conjunction with it. You will note that parts of the table papers seek to provide additional text, clarity and correction of typos. The table paper also provides a revised recommendation in order to make the delegation to the Chief Planning Officer more explicit. The amendments have been underlined to make them clear, and you'll see that an additional condition is listed as recommended by our retail advisor. The table paper also summarised and had appended a representation that was received on the 4th of April. And since the table papers were published, the agent has provided a formal response to the representation. The agent's response covers impact on investment, impact on vitality and viability of the town centre, the planning balance, disaggregation, turnover rates and trade diversion rates. This has been published on the website this morning and it hasn't been shared with members directly as it's not considered to provide any new information or material to considerations. It merely reiterates points made in the applicant's submission, the advice of our retail consultant and the committee report. Also to note that officers are proposing a further amendment to the recommendation. This is to comprise an additional condition to prevent the relocation of town centre operators for a specified period. This has been recommended by our retail advisors to limit the impact on the town centre further as a result of poaching. So in terms of the location of the site, so shown in red here is the application site. It measures approximately 2.5 hectares in scale, and you can see to the northwest land also owned by the applicant, which I will come on to in due course. And to provide some context to the site, so you can see the pink hatching with the orange outline is the application site. You've got Castleton Way to the northeast. You've got Tomo Road to the north. You've got ATEC Business Park, the railway line, Tomo Business Park, Cedars Park, and then the sewage works. And to give some additional wider context, you've got the A14, the train station, the Asda store, Tesco's, and Gateway 14. Moving on to constraints, you can't clearly see here, but the application site is within the settlement boundary of Stowmarket. There's a public right-of-way to the western boundary of the site, which you can see in green hatched line there. And not shown on this plan, but to note that the site is also within a cordon sanitaire designation, given the proximity to the sewage works to the south. And this designation is essentially an area of land around an odour source. So turning to the site layout, so the application proposes a retail parade comprising 3 units. The use class proposed is Class EA, Commercial, Business and Service. And just to point out some of the key parts, so Unit 1 is the orange one to the north, and it's to be a food store. The yellow in the middle is proposed as comparison goods, and the blue to the south is to be a national mixed goods retailer. So there's 238 car parking spaces proposed, 16 of which are to be used as accessible spaces, 13 EV charging points, 54 cycle spaces, 24 of which are to be covered, and lastly 17 motorcycle parking spaces. And I mentioned earlier the blue line land to the north, so members should be aware that we have currently pending a planning application on this site for the erection of 4 employment units to be used for Class EG, B2 or B8. And turning to the elevations, so the units are proposed to have large glazed shop fronts and entrances on the main elevation, which will be under a large covered entrance canopy. The units will have a steel portal frame structure. They will have a low pitch roof, which you'll see when I get on to further slides, and that's behind a perimeter parapet. And the height of the parapet would be 10.15 metres. And then just briefly covering some of the materials. So you've got composite cladding in grey on the corners, got horizontal colour composite panels and curtain walling in silver, and dark grey steel and buff brick around the bottom of the building. And then likewise the rear elevations, and just a closer view of that, you can see the canopy over the access doors at the back. And again the sides, and just to note, obviously you can see sort of an indication of where some signage may go, but obviously that would be subject to a separate advertisement application. And yeah, in terms of the section, so as I said, it's got a low pitched roof, so you can see that the parapet exceeds the ridge height of the building here. And in terms of the floor plans, you'll note that the floor plans are just essentially the external walls, so it's anticipated that the final internal layouts will be determined by the respective occupiers to suit their commercial requirements. And then turning to the roof plan, you can see there the roof lights, and in between on the southeast you can see some solar PV. In terms of site sections here, at the top you've got the existing site section, and to the bottom you've got proposed, and you can see where that's taken broadly on this diagonal. And again, taken from the same, you can see the existing units here are Atex Business Park, I believe. And then taken the opposite way. And then turning to the layout of the car park specifically. So we've got 238 car parking spaces, and as I said, 16 of these are to be accessible spaces, and those are indicated in blue. 13 EV charging points in green to the north, 54 cycle parking spaces, so they're indicated in with the yellow stars, and the ones with the red circles, which I'll just point them out here, sort of one here and one here, are to be covered, with the rest to be uncovered. And just to note, some of the cycle parking is also in the service yard to the back, which I'll come on to in a moment. And then likewise, we've got 17 motorcycle parking spaces. As set out in the committee report, the parking provision provides 62 spaces less than set out in the parking guidance, which equates to a 79% of the required provision. It should be noted the train station is 13 minutes away. There's a bus stop adjacent to the site, which I'll come on to in due course, which is to be improved as part of the proposal. A travel plan is recommended by County Highways and Highways England, and the TRICS database, which covers other similar developments in terms of trip vehicle movements, has also been explored. It demonstrates that a lesser car parking provision is sufficient to accommodate the parking requirement of the development. Concerns remain about overspill parking on the highway, particularly on Guncotton Way and within Cedars Park, and therefore a traffic regulation order contribution is recommended by County Highways to be held and spent on highways works should evidence suggest that overspill parking is taking place. And just turning to the service yard, you can see the same applies here. You've got some covered cycle parking here, and likewise some motorcycle parking here, and you've also got the bin stores at the back here. Just to note that the service yard is to be enclosed with security fencing, and you can see gates at the service yard here. Just trying to make the access arrangements clear. So blue here, you could see this is how someone in their car would access the site, just taking the access road here. And to note just the existing spur, you'll see from my photographs, the existing spur off the Tomo Road and Guncotton Way roundabout is existing. So that's how service and delivery vehicles would enter the site. And then the grey just indicates how a pedestrian might take the footway proposed around the site and go into the units. And just to note, and again I will come on to, there's a pedestrian crossing proposed to the north of the site to go across Guncotton Way, and likewise the bus stop that I mentioned is just indicated by that purple star. So in terms of highways works, we've got a crossing across the proposed access road. That will obviously link to Tomo Road to the north, and also the trade scheme to the north. We've got a crossing on Guncotton Way to connect to the existing infrastructure on the northern side of the highway. Got a 2 metre wide footway that takes you into the development at the north, and a ramped footway taking you to the bus stop, and you can see the bus stop in purple there. And just to give some detail about the cycle and motorcycle provision, so you can see the difference between with the covers, and then the uncovered is Sheffield stands, and again just the motorcycle spaces down here. And then I haven't pointed them out on the site layout, but obviously there would be some trolley storage and collection spaces. So those fairly typical in appearance with the covers, and then just the metal stands on the right-hand side. So in terms of highway impact and vehicle movements coming to and from the site, I've indicated on here some of the possible routes of vehicles reaching the site. So obviously you've got the main A road along here, the A14, and that obviously takes you to Bury and Ipswich, and further afield, obviously you've got Needham Market to the south and Great Fimbra. So the assessment provided by the applicant indicates that the vehicle movements would largely come from the western side of Stowmarket, with a lot of the traffic using the navigation approach junction, which I've just indicated in red there. So the assessment finds that the junction is already operating close to capacity in some weekday AM and PM peak periods, and on Saturday it's operating within capacity. So having looked towards the 2029 scenario, and with the development flows added, it takes that further arms of the junction begin to operate over capacity at weekday, with continued worsening on Saturdays. The modelling shows that all other junctions that were assessed remain within capacity. So Suffolk County Council considered that with appropriate mitigation, the level of impact on this junction will not be severe. It's the case that there's no mitigation in the form of traffic flow improvements at the junction that is feasible within the extent of the highway. So it's been agreed with the Highways Authority that as an alternative, a scheme for sustainable travel improvements on the north side of Tomo Road would serve as appropriate mitigation. So just to give some context, that's shown with the yellow there. So that would essentially take people from the Castleton Way, Tomo roundabout here, and connect to navigation approach to the top here. So it's anticipated that this would improve active travel opportunities, promoting walking and cycling between the centre of Stowmarket and the application site. And I've added some photos just to show what the current connection looks like. So this is on Tomo Road looking sort of northwest. So you can see there's a footway, a paved footway already exists. And likewise, this is a bit further down. It's a bit small, so you can't see particularly clearly. But this connects here to a shared pedestrian and cycle way along there. And likewise, this is a further along. You can start to see some of Cedars Park, which is the properties up here, and connects up to navigation approach here. So it's considered that there is opportunity to provide a widened facility and/or new crossing points to connect into the existing infrastructure. It would provide a safer and more convenient connection, deemed to increase the likelihood of Stowmarket residents using active travel modes to reach the site. In doing so, it is anticipated that the likelihood of of the number of vehicle movements would substantially reduce, alleviating some of the pressure on the Gipping Way and navigation approach junction. We don't yet have a scheme in front of us that has been agreed, and you'll see as part of the recommendation we're recommending delegation to the Chief Planning Officer for that to be agreed and to be accompanied by sufficient evidence to demonstrate how that modal shift will be achieved. And then turning to landscaping, so you can see a lot of the landscaping is directed around the boundaries of the site. We've got some native planting around here. We've got rain gardens in sort of the end of some of the car parking rows. Oh, and yeah, just to clarify, the B&G, the assessment finds that 11.52% increase in habitat units, and therefore the B&G requirements are met. And just in terms of boundary treatment, again, the plan's quite small, so it's quite difficult to see the detail, but you can see the different types of boundary treatments proposed. We've got some knee rail fencing, some post and rail. Obviously around, as I said, the service yard is some more sort of hard, higher fencing to provide that security to the deliveries. And then just to make specific reference to two oak trees that are on the southeastern boundary, we have had an arboricultural assessment completed, and you can see that the way the service yard has been designed to avoid the root protection areas of these trees, and our landscape consultant and arboricultural consultant deems this to be acceptable. And just to summarise some of the sustainability measures, so there you can see it's to have an airtight building envelope, to be provided with air source heat pumps. It would provide a 512 square metre roof-mounted solar PV array, and that would be on the southeast-facing roof slope, and that's expected to deliver 20% of the development's energy requirement. And the air source heat pump and PV solutions are expected to provide a reduction in regulated CO2 emissions up to 31% compared to Part L 2021 notional building. And there's also high performance LED lighting. And in terms of BREEAM, the proposal is to provide a good rating. And you'll note that the policy within the Joint Local Plan seeks very good. So we have found conflict with that part of the policy in that regard. And turning to the impact of the proposal on the town centre. So I've plotted here the boundary of the town centre from the policies map to give you an idea of the location of this site in relation to the town centre. And, you can see then in a straight line it's approximately 400 metres from the town centre, and therefore for retail policy purposes the site is considered to be out of centre retail. So in terms of the sequential test, the applicant and our retail advisors, Lambert Smith Hampton, have reviewed a total of 14 alternative sites. Of these, all of them have been deemed not suitable for reasons related to their scale, not being available for redevelopment or allocated for other uses. Our retail advisors have accepted this and consider that the proposal accords with the requirements of the sequential test from the perspective of both the Joint Local Plan and the MPPF. And then just having a look at the site in relation to other sort of stores and retail uses around the town centre and in the town. So we've got Tesco's, Aldi, Lidl, Co-op, Asda, and I've also plotted the B&M store. So in terms of the retail impact test, there's two parts to the test. One looks at the public and private sector investment in a centre or centres in the catchment area. So looking at that firstly, in the committee report, you'll see we've detailed some of the planned investments in the town centre, and I've just briefly summarised those on the presentation. So you can see we've got the Gateway 14 Fund, the Shop Improvement Fund, the Small Grants Fund, and there's also a wayfinding and placemaking project. And overall, the key purpose of the funds is to create a more vibrant, attractive centre with benefits from greater activity and a lesser vacancy rate. So our retail advisors consider the Gateway 14 Fund and the Shop Improvement Fund to be of greatest relevance to the application proposal. It's found that the actual delivery of this investment, i.e. the grant and use of the monies, will not be impacted by the application proposal because the investment is already committed and the process of allocating funding is underway. However, there are concerns that the intended positive impacts associated with the investment could be counteracted by the application proposal. And this is because the key purpose of the funds is, as set out on the slide, to benefit the town centre from greater activity and a lesser vacancy rate. It should be noted, however, that it's still the case that some positive benefits would still arise from the investment. And just turning to the impact of the proposal on the town centre. So some of the key points to note is that in our retail advisor's estimation, it's estimated that £7.77 million of convenience and comparison goods expenditure is to be diverted from the town centre at 2028, and the trade diversion impact is considered to be 11.5%. It's important to note that this trade diversion is focused on the Asda and B&M stores, and impacts on other retailers would be more limited. Our retail advisor's assessment confirms that the proposed development will result in a negative impact on the town centre and its vitality and viability. However, it's found that the impact that would arise at Stowmarket would be below the significant adverse magnitude in practice, and this is because they don't believe that it would be likely that the proposal will result in any closures, and because trade diversion will principally be focused around those two national multiple operators, the Asda and B&M store. So given the impact is not considered to be significant adverse, it's considered that the proposal conforms with the second part of the impact test as articulated in paragraph 94 of the MPPF and as referenced by policy LP11 of the Joint Local Plan. However, returning to the impacts on the funding and investment, our retail advisors find that those impacts are inconsistent with the objectives of the Gateway 14 Fund and Shop Improvement Fund and the reasons why such monies are being awarded. It's considered that the grant of planning permission would have a material impact on the principal objectives of these funds, i.e. acting to increase activity and provide a stimulus to attract new uses being realised. The application proposal will reduce activity and will provide competition to the town centre in respect of grocery and day-to-day household retail. And on this basis, it's found that the proposal will have a significant adverse impact on planned town centre public investment, contrary to the requirements of paragraph 94A, being the first part of the retail impact assessment set out in the MPPF. So I'm just going to go on to photos before I come back to sort of the planning balance and our recommendation. So in terms of photos, this is the existing spur off the Tomo Road and Castleton Way roundabout. And again, taken on the roundabout facing southeast, you can see the ATEC Business Park, the last unit on the end here, and obviously this is the application site around here. And again, this is taken, sort of stood on the boundary of the site facing south. And again, same sort of position facing west, and you can see this is the spur off the roundabout. And taken further along Tomo Road up the north facing sort of southeast, so the sort of land you can see in the middle of the image here is actually the application site for the trade scheme. And just to note that the footpath that I made reference to at the beginning of the presentation, this is essentially the footpath, but you can't actually, it's not been maintained so that you can currently walk that route. And again, this is sort of stood in the trade site facing southeast. You can see Cedars Park, the edge of Cedars Park here, and then the end of the last trade unit on the ATEC Business Park site. And this is sort of taken towards the south of the site, facing southeast. You've kind of got the sewage works sort of behind this vegetation. And again, taken sort of more on the eastern boundary, facing east. Again, the same end of the ATEX Business Park units. And again, just to see sort of the levels changes here, you can see that the car park and the units have kind of been dug into the ground there. And again, this is on the north side of Castleton Way. You can see the existing footway, cycleway connection. You can just about make out here the bus stop here. And again, Castleton Way facing northwest. So this is the Tomo Road, Castleton Way roundabout. And returning to the recommendation, so to conclude, the determination of this application is a matter of judgment for the decision maker, having regard to all material considerations. The requirement in law is such that planning decisions must be taken in line with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Having regard to the policies most relevant and important to the principle of this development, being policies LPO3, LPO6 and LP11 of the Joint Local Plan, the proposal is considered to be in compliance. The proposed development is therefore in accordance with the development plan as a whole, recognising that there are aspects of policy LP23, given the BREEAM good score, and LP27, which is in respect of drainage, in respect that the site is being connected to Anglian water system rather than providing above ground open suds in the form of a basin. So it accords with SPO3 and SPO6 and doesn't breach the policy in LP11. So the compliance with the development plan read as a whole is a significant material consideration in favour of granting planning permission. The policies in the MPPF are a key material consideration which need to be taken into account. The conflict with paragraph 94A is afforded limited weight for the reasons set out in the committee report. The benefits of the proposal, including but not limited to improving customer choice, investment, employment and upskilling, are afforded substantial weight. In the round, the harm to the town centre is considered to be outweighed by the benefits of the proposal when assessed against the policies in the development plan and the MPPF. So returning to the recommendation is to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer to resolve the highway issue in respect of providing a scheme to our satisfaction of mitigation on the highway network, and subject to that and the completion of a Section 106 obligation to contain a parking restriction bond, which is essentially the TRO contribution, and also a travel plan evaluation and support contribution to ensure the travel plan is, all the benefits of the travel plan are realised. That planning permission is granted subject to those obligations, conditions and informatives as detailed on pages 10 and 12 of the table papers, in addition to the condition that I mentioned at the beginning regarding restricting the relocation of town centre operators. And in the event that the planning obligations are not secured and or secured in a timely manner, or the scheme of highways mitigation is not agreed to the Chief Planning Officer's satisfaction, that the Chief Planning Officer be authorised to refuse the application.
Thank you. So, are there any questions from members? Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. Avril, you showed us how far it was as the crow flies, 400 metres as I recall, but how far in distance and, you know, time would it take to walk from the town centre to the site? Thank you.
So I've just done a quick look at Google Maps, taken from the B&M store, which is on the edge of the town centre. And if you took the walking route to be navigation approach and then used the cut through, which I showed on the photos, to Tomo Road to the application site, it says it's an approximately 14-minute walk.
Any further questions? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. I have several. The crossings that you mentioned, I wanted to just understand: are they controlled? Are there refuges in the middle and things like that? And is it feasible to put in future put photovoltaics over part or all of the car park? And also I wonder what the frequency of the bus service is that will be serving that bus stop.
Okay, thank you. Is there any chance we can go back to slide 22, please? Oh, sorry. That's fine. I'll click quickly. Okay, there you go. So, yeah, appreciate it's not particularly easy to see the detail here, but I believe that both crossings are zebra crossings, so not controlled, not signalised crossings, but I'm sure the applicant can confirm that. I believe the county want precise details of that crossing to be submitted by one of the conditions that we've recommended. And I don't believe, I mean, they're not shown on this plan to have any refuge points, but I presume that would all, the details specifically would obviously be covered in the Section 278 agreement. And
if they're proper highway standard zebra crossings, then that's better than refuge.
Yeah.
And the other, I think there were two other questions, weren't there, about the bus frequency and solar on the car park.
I'd say the solar on the car park's probably a question to ask of the applicant as to whether that might be feasible in the future. And I did look at the bus times. Let me just see if I... Yeah, I don't think I gave any specific detail in the committee report. At 5.8, I commented that there is a service around that takes you around Stowmarket and Stow Upland, and other bus routes exist in Stowmarket, offering frequent services to neighbouring towns of Ipswich and Bury St Edmunds. But I don't have any of the detail of the frequency. I can have a quick...
No, I mean, it makes an enormous difference. I mean, in my ward, a regular bus service is twice a week. Yeah, is it?
Can come into debate. But while we're on the subject of the crossings, the controlled crossings of both the access road and Guncotton Way, given that the cycle path is on the north side of Guncotton Way, has there been any discussion of making that crossing from the north side of Guncotton Way a cycle and pedestrian crossing? If it's a zebra, I believe they're called tiger crossings, if it's got both. And similarly, the access from that crossing only being a 2 metre wide path, has there been any discussion making that a 3 metre wide path so that it's cycle access?
Sorry, I'm just going to pull up the site plan because it's got a lot of annotations and I just want to be sure I'm giving the right information. So just to clarify, the annotation on the site plan that we have states that proposed footpath link to new footpath / pedestrian crossing adjacent to existing roundabout, and it says dropped curbs and tactile paving to proposed pedestrian crossing point. I know that the crossings have been subject to extensive discussions with county highways, so the applicant might be able to provide a bit more of that detail in respect of how we've reached this solution.
Yeah, I may bring that back in debate about the cycle connection. Councillor Elkin.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. The first one was about, you mentioned the trade diversion being about 11.5%, and then that was mainly impacting the big national stores. But then the finding is also that the grant scheme will be negatively impacted. It's mainly aimed at supporting sort of smaller shops on the high street. So I'm just trying to follow the logic. If the argument is that the trade diversion's the big shops, could you help me understand how it's also negatively impacting the small shops? Is it just reduction in footfall, or? So that was my question one. Would you like the other question, or do you want to deal with that one?
I think it might be best to do one at a time, if that's okay. I'm just going to pull up our retail advisor's latest advice, just so I can explain it. So the application was obviously accompanied by a retail impact assessment which the applicant prepared, and that was subsequently amended in terms of the methodology for calculating impact. And so the applicants did their own assessment, and then our retail advisors did their own assessment to provide an estimation of impact. So there's a table provided within LSH's advice, and it covers estimated convenience goods trade diversion, which is LSH's judgment, and likewise for the comparison goods trade diversion. So just to pull out some examples, for the convenience goods, they've estimated, for example, the percentage impact on the ASDA would be 18.4%. And the B&M, for example, 23.9%. And then if you turn to the comparison goods, it looks at similar stores, but it also looks at the other town centre retailers, so that would cover sort of the smaller independent stores, and that being a percentage of 1.9%. I think some of the text in the advice that we've received covers sort of like linked trips, so that obviously you go into the town centre and you go to a bank, you get your hair cut, you use the other services that are available. So there's the impact in that respect in terms of drawing people into the town centre. And the purpose of the funding as set out was obviously to make it more of an attractive place and to generally reduce the vacancy rate. And I think the idea is that the proposal provides competition in that respect for providing an offering that the residents of Stowmarket could go to the application site, and the units would provide quite a complete package of retail opportunities, such that you wouldn't necessarily go into the town centre, albeit the retail advice we've received says there is quite a high number of service providers in the town, so it's likely that people would still make, to a degree, that.
Yeah, maybe ask later about whether, that can be mitigated in any way.
Yeah, I think, obviously we have got Michelle here. She may be able to, at some point later on, to come in on some of those points.
Thank you. And my other question was, you said they were aiming for BREEAM good, and the JLP would like very good. And I think Gateway 14 down the road, I think, is excellent. So I was just wondering if there was, maybe it's a question for the applicant, but I was just wondering if there was a constraint or a technical reason that meant only good was achievable.
Yeah, I did set out some of the applicant's reasoning at 12.3 of the committee report about the shell-only nature of the assessment, and the applicant's position is that they had to apply the BREEAM standards quite late in the design evolution, given the application was submitted around the time that the joint local plan was adopted, and I think a lot of the work had been undertaken obviously based on the prior plan, which didn't have that as a stipulated kind of requirement. But I'm sure they can talk more to that.
Just in planning terms, are they, did it come too late that it would be unfair to ask that of them?
Well, the application has to be determined in accordance with the development plan, obviously, that we have in place at the moment. So we have found that the proposal conflicts with Part 4 of LP23 on that basis.
Any further questions? Councillor Hardingham. Your mic on, please.
Maybe a minor point, but could you clarify what comparison goods means?
Yeah, so I'm hoping I can get this right, that convenience is your sort of everyday items, your milk, your bread, and your comparison is more the bigger items like your white goods, your washing machine, that you only do on a semi-regular basis. Maybe not necessarily such big items as that, but...
Does Michelle Gordon want to come in there? She might be the expert. Yeah.
Yes, so convenience goods is your food and drink and beverages. Comparison goods include not just the white goods, as Avril's mentioned, but also clothing, shoes, and your books and stationery and things like that. So it's all of the non-food and drink related items.
Thank you. Councillor Marriott.
Do we know if any clothes are proposed for this comparison goods store?
I'm not sure. Does that come into who actually the tenant is? I mean, there are restrictions. Are there any restrictions on what type of store goes into the building?
So just looking at the recommended conditions that have been put forward by our retail advisors. So we've got a recommended condition on the restriction on gross and net sales area. A restriction on convenience and comparison goods sales allocation split. So that would be based on how the assessment of impact was calculated. And then also a restriction on the type of occupier for one of the units. But obviously we're looking at use and those splits of retail rather than actually directly what can be sold in those units.
Any further questions? Councillor Warboys?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. I think it's an opinion, really. I realise I'm asking the officer for an opinion. Sorry, it's a question.
Come to the question.
The highway improvements are being asked for in order to mitigate the impact of the store. Could it be seen that there's some public good in that? There's a sort of net positive gain from those highway improvements other than just mitigating the impact of the store?
So we've taken it to be directly mitigation, and that the same goes with the crossing at Castleton Way and the improvements to the bus service. County Highways have said without that mitigation, they don't deem the proposal to be acceptable. So I think it's probably fairly neutral in the balance of determination because they are necessary to make the development acceptable on the matters of highways.
Yeah, I think it's neutral is the word. Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham.
In relation to the footpath access or pedestrian access, I presume this takes you over the flyover over the river and the railway from the end of Tomo Road. You turn left and you go over to the multiple traffic light.
Yeah,
near the
that's
library.
correct. Along navigation approach.
Yeah, which is not a particularly nice walk. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Matheson, did I see your hand waving?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Chair, that I have other questions around the impact on the town centre and the sequential testing and so on. But I think that they will involve expressing opinions tangled up with the questions inevitably, and that we might just as well leave them for the debate. But it is likely that they will include asking new questions to officers.
Can I just ask about the negative impact on the town centre and whether there is any financial mitigation that can be used to address those issues, impact on the town centre?
I think it might be appropriate to hand over to Michelle, possibly, if you want to.
Thank you. So as it currently stands, no formal financial mitigation has been agreed with the applicant as part of the application process.
I can't hear you, Tomo. Can you move your mic a bit?
Apologies. So as it currently stands with the application in front of you, no formal financial mitigation has been agreed with the applicant in order to reduce the level of harm on the from the application on the town centre.
Thank you. Any further questions at this stage? I'm sure there will be questions as we go through the rest of the morning. I will now invite public speakers to address the committee. We don't have anyone from the Town Council. We don't have an objector. We don't have a supporter. We have a representation from the agent, Alistair Thornton and Philip Marsden. If you can have your 3 minutes between you, thank you very much. I will start the timer once you begin talking. Thank you.
Chairman, members, good morning. My name is Alistair Thornton. I'm a director at Simply Planning Limited. I'm here today representing the applicant Location 3 Properties. I'm joined by Alan Gibbons on the far right from L3P, my colleague Roger Birtles and Philip Marsden from M&S. The proposals before you are the culmination of many months of hard work. Project and design team have worked tirelessly with your officers and statutory consultees over the last 18 months, and we are delighted with the positive recommendation. Whilst the proposals will be anchored by an M&S food hall, they will deliver 2 other national retailers to the town not currently represented in Stowmarket. The council's own retail evidence recognises purpose-built retail developments are the most likely means of Stowmarket securing high street brands of a type and nature that can limit leakage of retail expenditure. We believe that this is the only site truly capable of accommodating such a level of investment within the Stowmarket. The council's independent retailer advisor agrees. The development represents a direct investment of 14 million and will create in the region of 180 new jobs, alongside construction and supply chain opportunities. The proposals have overwhelming public support, with over 95% of respondents to our consultation exercise being in favour. This support is also evident within the local press, alongside various public forums. Other than Tesco, there have been no other objections raised to the application. We are hugely proud of the proposals before you and believe they will signal that Stowmarket is open for investment. The team today are here to answer any questions that you may have, but before doing so, I'll hand you over to Philip Marsden from M&S, who will explain why Stowmarket is an important town in the retailer's growth strategy and a little bit more about what the store can bring. Thank you.
My name is Phil Marsden and I'm a town planning manager at M&S. This application seeks permission for 3 retail units, one of which will be occupied by a new M&S food hall. M&S is committed to this site as Stowmarket has been a target town for some time now, with the nearest stores being in Bury St Edmunds and Ipswich, and the proposed food hall will complement these existing stores. The food hall will showcase M&S's full food product range in a modern environment, including an in-store bakery, fresh flowers, a market-leading wine selection, and plant kitchen and free-from ranges. The store will create up to 70 new job positions, and M&S takes pride in being one of the best retail employers in the UK, with market-leading pay and benefits. The new store will also help to secure jobs in the wider M&S supply chain. M&S uses many local suppliers in the Suffolk area, including Gressingham Foods, Cranswick Poultry, Bernard Matthews and Adnams Brewery. M&S also partners with Neighbourly to enable perfectly edible surplus food to be diverted from landfill to local food banks and other charities to people that need it most. I hope that members will follow the officer's recommendation and vote to grant planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the agent? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think we pushed over to asking you that whether in the design that's in front of us, it would be feasible to subsequently add photovoltaics over some or all of the car park, bearing in mind you might not be familiar with the fact that we have something of that sort already in place at the leisure centre in Stowmarket.
Can you put your mic on? Thank you.
It's on. Excellent. As a point of principle, I don't see why that would not be possible at some point in the future to add to the photovoltaics in that kind of way. Absolutely not. Because there'll be cables, runs and supplies that can be hooked up to that.
Any further questions? Councillor Hadingham.
So why is it you haven't put the PV panels on the whole of the roof? Why only half the roof?
You go.
You need to turn it on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so the PV strategy was shown as indicative with the application, and that was brought forward with the sustainability consultant. So they're on the southern elevation of the roof just to maximise their efficiency ultimately. We have spoken to them in the meantime and through the detailed design stages as hopefully it moves on to the next steps. There is an opportunity to look at that again and see if we can increase the amount of PV, either if that's on the existing elevation or on others as well.
Thank you. If there aren't any more questions, I've just got a question. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm back on. Yeah, I just wanted to add, you know, obviously when you do these designs, you design them to achieve or exceed the policy requirements, which is what the design does. That's not to say that that cannot be further exceeded by more, essentially.
Thank you. So my question is, somebody mentioned that there were going to be 70 new jobs. Can we have that in terms of full-time equivalent rather than just jobs? Because I'm guessing a lot of them will be part-time.
Yeah, I can provide a breakdown. Obviously, the exact breakdown of full and part-time jobs, it differs from store to store, and obviously we're still quite away from the launch. But I could give you the figures for a similarly sized store, if that would be useful.
So what are the figures for a similarly sized store?
Well, I can provide it over the next few days.
What I meant was, what's the, to the nearest 10? I don't need a precise figure.
I mean, I imagine if it's 70 job positions, it's probably going to be between 40 and 50 full-time, and the rest would be part-time.
Thank you.
Gemma wants to come in.
Gemma wants to come in.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Just to say, obviously, we're looking at a retail unit, and we do have to bear in mind that that is a representation from M&S essentially directly as part of that. So just a little reminder on that one, and also might want to clarify the job numbers. Is that for the whole or just part of?
Is that just for the one store or the whole development?
The 70 that I quoted, that is purely for the M&S. But yeah, there's a higher figure for the wider site.
Chair, if you prorated that figure to the whole development creates circa 180 jobs. If you prorata that, it's about, I've got 115 to 120. So that's across the whole development.
And Councillor Elkin.
Thank you. It was just the question I'd raised earlier about the BREEAM not meeting the current JLP, and whether, I understand that the design was put forward and it's at an early stage, but is there willingness to, as the designs are firmed up, to kind of go further and meet the JLP?
So yes, in answer to that question, the problem is in that sense is not a problem, but it's just a fact of life that BREEAM is a points-based system, and you pick up points as you go along the process. When we were preparing this, was before the change in policy, so we were not designing to BREEAM. So the only reason we've said we can only get to good is because we can't go back and get points that have already passed us by because of those design stages. And that's all about how you put the reports together. It's just a sort of technical detail. So what we said is that we can hit very good from position we were at once we had to deal with it, but that's not to say that what we're doing in terms of environmental work on the project is not effectively giving you what you want in terms of, we can't label it as very good, but we are doing a lot, as you can see from the numbers, in terms of improvement on building regs, etc., to get us beyond where we would otherwise be. Does that answer your question?
I think so. For the non-technical like myself, are you basically saying when it's all finished, it may well be technically capable of meeting very good standard, even if you haven't been able to tick the boxes?
Essentially,
to
I mean, it's about, because as I say, it's a points-based system, so yes, absolutely right. We can't go back and get points that are lost to us because we weren't doing it at the time, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't recapture those.
We can't recapture.
Yes.
But from this stage on, all of the positive BREEAM measures, they will be embedded in the scheme, so we will still achieve a very high rating within the good category, but we can't, because we missed those early points, get to the very good category.
So it's not physically possible from where you are now, whatever you add on in the future, to get...
No, because it's though you missed that. I can't go back and get those early points, so, and that's what stops us hitting the very good.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I think we'd better just go back to the questions about the PVs on the roof and so on, and the overall performance. We saw a picture of some panels, and yes, the southeast facing roofs are the preferred one. Does that apply to all 3 units?
Yes. Sorry, the PV array runs across the entire back of the scheme, yeah.
All 3 units, yeah, thank you. Yeah, and just as an informative, you can now buy off the peg covered cycle parking with PVs on the roof.
The PVs might have been in the shade of the building, though. The cycle parking looked like it might be in the shadow of the building, where it was. But anyway, it might be a bit of a problem. Any further questions of the agent, Councillor Ward?
This might be commercially sensitive information, but we've had data regarding the impact on the town centre, looking at sort of £7.7 million. How you've done your market projections? Would you expect your customers to be mostly coming from Stowmarket? Are you expecting to draw customers from outside Stowmarket?
For this store, the what we call the primary catchment area will be the Stowmarket and the rural hinterland, but we're not expecting it to compete too much with our existing stores in Ipswich and Bury St Edmunds. So this store essentially fills a gap, essentially, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
And just to clarify, the retail impact work that both we did and then LSH has done is also based on that primary catchment area as to where the stores are drawing their existing trade from, and then how the new stores will impact on that existing trading pattern. And it's all based on a household survey that was done to inform the retail work. So we ask people across the town in that primary catchment area where they're doing their shopping at the present time, and that's how you build up the initial picture.
Thank you. I think Mr Isbell wants to come in.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just to remind committee that we seem to be having a conversation about one retailer. That retailer may decide for their own business reasons to disappear off into another location in due course. That's not a planning matter. Their business model may change. I think you have to look at this as an application for 3 units and place to one side individual identities, because a retailer is a retailer, and that's not the planning application before you.
Councillor Marriott.
On 14.15, it's talking about recruitment, and it's saying 180 jobs, full and part-time, would be created. But there's a paragraph there. Recent experience has suggested local recruitment within similar sectors has been challenging, requiring companies to recruit from neighbouring towns. I just wondered if there were going to be any efforts made to recruit locally, more locally.
Avril?
Yeah, I don't mind coming in on that one. Just to say, we are recommending an employment and skills plan, which I would envisage would be drawn up in consultation with Michelle, and I believe that's one of the explicit requests that she would like to see, is how we target the local population of Stowmarket.
Is that listed on the recommendation?
I hope so.
Oh yes, it is. Operational skills and employment plan on the bottom of page 10. I've just spotted it. Thank you. I was flicking through it, and there was lots of similar words at the beginning, and I hadn't spotted anything about that. Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Marriott?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Elkin.
Sorry, one more, Chair. I just thought of it. You mentioned working with local suppliers in Suffolk, and you mentioned a couple of giants. I wondered how you would work with, given we've heard there will be some negative impact on the smaller independent stores in Stowmarket. I appreciate they're not necessarily set up to supply an enormous retailer, but what sort of mechanisms do you nationally have in place to support those smaller local producers? You know, it might be buying from them, but it might be other things like upskilling or, you know, business networking events. I don't know. You know, are there ways you can help them?
Is that a question at this specific retailer?
No, it's just
generic.
Well, sort of trying to make it not so. Generally, for a retail application like this, are there case studies, things you can do to work with smaller local suppliers?
I think Gemma's going to come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure. I think we very much need to look at this as a box, essentially. It's a box in which any retailer might go. We've obviously had an indication of likelihood, and obviously people here today. However, we have to assume that anybody could go into it. So I think who people's suppliers are probably treads a bit far, I'm afraid. But hopefully that's okay. Thank you.
I think Michelle is going to answer that.
Thank you, Chair. Within the draft templates of the employment and skills plans that we've been working on for some of the other developments that we've agreed recently, within those we've also looked at local supply chain and opportunities for wider local procurement and local sourcing as part of this opportunity for ensuring that we get greater social value benefits from the developments locally. So it isn't just around employment and skills, it's around that wider social value benefits of the development to the local area.
Chair, can I just say that is exactly what we were equally going to suggest as well. It would be an appropriate measure to put in the employment skills, and we would be perfectly content with that.
Thank you. Do you want to come back, Councillor Elkin? Are you okay? Any further questions? If not, then we're going to move on to the ward member. We have Councillor Lay here to make his representation. Over to you, Colin.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. Colin Lay, ward member for Stowthorne, but also the lead member for Stowmarket. This application presents a considerable challenge for the committee to assess, and I wish to express my sincere gratitude in advance for the effort and dedication they will invest in its review. Residents in my ward, Stowthorne, have consistently expressed their enthusiasm for this application since it first appeared in 2023. Their response has been overwhelmingly positive, particularly regarding the potential revitalisation of a previously vacant plot of land. The community is particularly keen on the fact that this development promises to offer an alternative option in Stowthorne to the array of fast food outlets, trade counters, and of course the Gateway 14 development. While such excitement can foster a sense of optimism within the community, it is important to remain vigilant about ensuring that all details of the proposal are thoroughly contemplated and assessed. A heightened enthusiasm can sometimes lead to potential oversights regarding specific aspects that warrant careful consideration. In conversation with residents, ward members have highlighted that it is essential that we as members maintain a meticulous approach throughout this process to ensure that the outcome aligns with both community expectations and local planning standards. I would particularly like to highlight the insightful comments put forward by Stowmarket Town Council, as these are articulated by representatives who possess a deep understanding of the town and its unique context. Their perspectives are invaluable, especially their emphasis on the necessity of increasing solar energy generation within our community. 20% for this application does seem quite a poor commitment. If we look at the range building, for example, they didn't initially implement full solar panels on the roof, but have some plans for full implementation, which as ward members we particularly welcome. As a ward member, I fully endorse the Town Council's remarks as well regarding the protection of the reptiles that were relocated to this area. Whilst not fully understanding the mitigation, I do feel it is crucial that we implement some measures that ensure their safety and well-being. One of the key concerns highlighted by the Town Council and residents was to ensure that the town centre was not adversely affected by this development. Much has been stated in the retail impact assessments, and I do note that there are follow-up responses from key stakeholders which add valuable insights into this matter. I would particularly like to underscore that at present, many residents of Stowmarket are inclined to shop out of town, often favouring visits to our two neighbouring larger towns. I know that if I had a small sum of money for every time somebody remarked to me, well, that's why I go to Bury St Edmunds now, I might well find myself in a different position than sitting here today. So why is this important? Well, the primary goal for us in Stowmarket is to achieve a balance where our residents have ample choices but can ultimately choose to spend their money within our own town. This development represents some opportunity for residents to remain closer to home while potentially fostering a scenario where individuals from neighbouring villages and towns begin to regard Stowmarket more favourably as an overall shopping destination. I genuinely believe that there are numerous strategies that we could adopt to harness the potential for increased footfall in Stowmarket and actively promote shopping within the town. If the applicant is open to making a longer-term commitment to support initiatives that we've already set in motion, I envision this development as a valuable addition to our community. The town centre is conveniently located. I've put 10 minutes, but it's probably 15 minutes because I do have long legs, and can easily be integrated into our current wayfinding project through clear signposting. The pedestrian pathways and cycle routes leading into the town centre are of a good quality and therefore facilitate access. Increased footfall may also encourage the use, and this was highlighted earlier, so it's the 87 and 87A bus service which currently runs every half an hour and does cover Castleton Way and goes into town. So therefore, more passenger numbers will certainly increase the chances of this bus service's survival. I think ward members and residents are aware that often these bus services last a year or two and are then gone. Although it may not be my preferred option as somebody who doesn't have a car, it is worth noting that shoppers can still enjoy an extended retail experience in Stowmarket by utilising parking facilities within the town centre. The committee will no doubt impose conditions if they see fit. So you might ask, what would I like to see for our residents? I would certainly welcome the following: funding and supporting our initiatives in Stowmarket. This ideally would be more than just a cash pot and could be achieved by perhaps funding some sort of role within the community, working in partnership with Mid Suffolk District Council and Stowmarket Town Council is certainly essential to implement a strategy to make sure there is a cohesive relationship between the proposed site, the town centre, and of course other out-of-town retail areas. BREEAM excellent would be strongly desirable, although very good would certainly be acceptable. I do recognise that there is no particular policy that requires this, but this is the standard that has been set on the Gateway 14 development. And I would certainly, as ward member, welcome the continuity of this standard. We would also welcome a thorough assessment of the car parking arrangements. Stowmarket has some long-standing issues with parking, particularly on the residential streets in the ward that I represent. 62 spaces is less sizable, and I would like to see a commitment, therefore, to sustainable travel, encouraging travel by the current bus route 87A. Again, increased passenger numbers and sustainability. The last 3 points, the junction at the bottom of navigation approach has a poor layout, and a change in the timing of the traffic lights has increased the waiting time at busy periods. This could be an important link if we want to connect the town centre to this development and extend the overall shopping experience. This will also be particularly key on the larger events in the town centre, which can attract up to 12,000 people, the Food and Drink Festival, the Christmas Fair. So I would ask if there is anything that we can do about this. The cut through that the case officer referred to earlier at the bottom of Tomo Road serves as popular access to the town centre. It does have 2 issues, a drainage issue which I'm sure can be resolved from this application, but there is currently a desire line, one of those muddy, what supposed to be grass, which people are cutting through diagonally, so we would like to see, some improvement there if possible. And also, my final point would be, can increased solar provision alleviate the lower than average number of EV charging spaces across the site? And that's everything. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the ward member? No? Thank you very much. Pardon? An hour and a half, yeah. We have been going for an hour. Well, actually, we started late, so it's only an hour and a half.
It has been sitting down for
He has been sitting down for a long time. Yeah, we are very quick, not just a comfort break, stay on the same floor. So let's meet back. Is 6 minutes enough? 11:15? Thank you. I'm just going to... what?
Sorry, I can't access the document.
Oh, well, neither can I. No, you can get it as a PDF from the website, or you ask the officer for a paper copy. I just need to go to the officers who want to make a comment before we go to debate. I think that's... is that you? Yeah, there was a question Councillor Elkin wanted to ask the ward member.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sorry, I just didn't jump in quickly enough. It was about, you mentioned drainage, and, you know, I don't know the site or the area, and I know there's some things that can't be achieved on the site. There aren't SUDs. And I think it was, obviously, there hasn't been a consultee objection. I think they said it was okay in like a 1 in 30-year flood. I just wondered if you could add any local knowledge about drainage problems, potential flooding problems in that area.
Yeah, absolutely fine. I mean, the only drainage issue I'm aware of is by that cut through that the case officer referred to earlier. I mean, it is outside the site boundaries. It's probably just, you know, unfortunate that the cycle path comes down into a dip. Yeah, I'm unfortunately not a drainage expert. I couldn't possibly really comment on whether, you know, this site would drain into that ditch. I strongly wouldn't expect that it does. But yeah, as I say, it's outside the site boundaries, so probably not relevant.
Thank you. And then over to the planning officers.
Yeah, thank you. Just before we start debate, just want to pick up on a couple of points. One being that we've spotted a last-minute typo on page 31 of the committee report. The last paragraph of paragraph 14.7, it states, having regard to the scale of the investment and the fact that some positive benefits would still arise, the council are affording the conflict with paragraph 94B limited weight. That should be paragraph 94A, as 94A is the impact on planned and public and private investment. So just to clarify that. It's the second paragraph of paragraph 14.7 in the planning balance and conclusion section.
Is it not 14.8?
Because that's on page 30.
On my copy, I found a bit
How?
referred to 94B in paragraph 14.8.
It's written in there too.
Ah.
There's probably quite a lot of references.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, so it's in the paragraph that's got should underlined. That draws attention to it. So it starts with having regard to, yeah?
Do you want to just run through the whole,
Read the whole thing.
the test for reference?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
So I'm just going to reiterate paragraph 94 and then sort of the planning balance to be taken. So as I set out in my committee presentation and within the report, the first part of the impact test in 94A relates to existing committed and planned public and private investment. We've detailed what those are in Stowmarket, including the Gateway 14 Fund, etc. Our advisors have concluded that the proposed development would have a significant adverse impact on that funding, because whilst the funding would still take place, the benefits would be reduced. So that's why the proposed development is deemed to conflict with paragraph 94A of the MPPF. And then turning to paragraph 94B, which is about the vitality and viability of the town centre, whilst the findings is that there would be a negative impact in terms of the £7.7 million of trade diversion and the 11.5% impact, that is not deemed to have, whilst it's a negative impact, it's not considered to be at the level of significant adverse, and therefore it's considered to comply with paragraph 94B. Within paragraph, let me just double check the numbers. Within paragraph 33.2, we've set out the reason why. Sorry, I'm 3.32. Sorry, it's too many numbers. Yeah, no, I don't. We've set out why we've given the impact on the town centre and the policy conflict limited weight, and that's around the advice we've received in respect of the size of the grants and the context of them. So, turning back to decision making on this application, as we know, we need to determine the application in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Obviously, there are quite a number of considerations here to be weighed in the balance, and it's a case of giving those relevant material considerations appropriate weight, and that is the judgment of the decision maker. So, just to jump to the end, obviously, just to briefly summarise some of those. The compliance with the development plan read as a whole is a significant material consideration in favour of granting permission. The conflict with paragraph 94A weighs against the application, but for the reasons set out, we've deemed it to have limited weight as set out in the report. But we also have to consider the benefits of the proposal, which are including but not limited to improved customer choice, investment, employment and upskilling. And we have given those substantial weight in the balance. So the officer recommendation conclusion is that in the round, the harm to the town centre is outweighed by the benefits.
Thank you. Did you want to come in, Phil?
Just as a word to the committee, yes, you are in the business of weight. Officers have made a recommendation to you about the weight to be attached to these things. It is you as a committee to choose whether you agree with that weight or weigh things differently. But in essence, your joint local plan policy, we think you're acceptable against. The material consideration in the NPPF partially is not passed, and that leads to a problem with paragraph 95, and therefore we have advised you we reduce the weight to that paragraph. It's your call as a committee how much weight you choose to give to those matters.
Thank you. So we now open this item up for debate. Anybody wish to comment? Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, I'd just like to pitch in from the start that I would suspect that most of the independent traders in Stowmarket are in a pretty precarious financial situation, and that an 11% loss in trade, and I speak as somebody with experience in the matter, an 11% loss in trade would be calamitous, basically. We're likely to see a sort of cascade of losses of the smaller shops, bearing in mind that we have no guarantee as to who the retailers might be and what they might sell. And there's a range of businesses in Stowmarket selling shoes and clothes, shoe repairs, chemists, and that unless there is active input to increase the attractiveness of Stowmarket town centre at the same time, I think this would have a deleterious effect, very significant deleterious effect on the town centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you. I think this is a really tricky one, and I think it's really, a really precarious sort of balance, really. I hear what Nick has just said about the small traders, but I don't really think what we're looking at here are going to be their competitors. I think their main competitor probably is it's Tesco and Asda, you know, basically. And so I can see why Tesco have stuck their oar in, and I'm objecting. It's just, is this good for Stowmarket or is it not? I think, and clearly it's both. You know, I can see why. And as Colin said, you know, most of the people he spoke to are all for it. And as Nick said, most of the people who have got a shop in the high street will not be all for it. And as Phil just said, it's all about weight. And what do we? I think this site is going to be filled by something. Would we rather it had less popular shops so that it wasn't such a threat to the high street? It's you know, surely we want the best possible, you know, basically tenants there that's going to do the best. It's going to encourage people to use Stowmarket than go elsewhere. Like Colin says, people often go to Bury or to Ipswich. It is a really tricky balance, and I'm literally veering from one side to the other minute by minute. And so yeah, I'll let the debate continue as my mind veers about.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about the impact situation, but what I wanted to explore first was the sequential testing. Now, I noticed somewhere there's a mention about disaggregation, nasty word, but I think we know what it means. It means that in considering alternative locations, it should be considered that these three units don't have to be together. And what I want to understand is why the land behind Aldi, which is quite a significantly sized vacant piece of land at the moment, why that is not a feasible alternative sequentially, and a sequentially preferable alternative, because it's the right side of the river and the railway, and that we took a particular step to move the retail offering of the town centre across Skipping Way when we decided to open Aldi, and indeed I think significantly the Wicks, Travis Perkins, but particularly the Wicks is the more retail part of that. We've moved in that direction, and so I'm just wondering why some of this development shouldn't be on that land.
Thank you. I mean, do the officers want to comment on that point made by Councillor Matheson? Your mic's not on.
Yes, it appears to be somewhere that now. How has that got dismissed?
The officers respond.
Yeah. So I believe you're referring to land off Iron Foundry Road, as it's referred to. So that is a site that has been looked at as part of the sequential test exercise. And I'll just have a look at the advice that we've received. Has said that it's a site of approximately 1.9 hectares, and therefore is a scale that does offer potential in respect of accommodating large format retail uses. However, it is allocated for an employment use in the Gipping Employment Corridor Strategic Employment Site, which is protected for employment use by policy SPO5 of the Joint Local Plan. And therefore it's been ruled out on that basis as it's deemed not suitable in terms of use.
So we say that it's protected from being a retail unit, having a retail units put on it. I mean, retail is employment. It employs people, we've heard. I can't quite see. I mean, it seems to me that's something that it would be for the authority to change at will. I mean, we change lots of other bits of uses of land. that seems to be a very thin.
Did you want to come in, Phil?
Oh, Chairman, thank you for noticing me. Yes. If it's an allocation we don't change at will, we have a process to go through, and at the present point in time we follow the process, and we have considered this site with advice. So the sequential test exercise we've done has been done with professional advice and discussed with the applicants, and has been the subject, I can speak personally from my own involvement, a matter of scrutiny. So from my point of view, we have arrived at a reasonable and balanced conclusion to that. I think the question to which members wish to explore that sequential advice, I would commend committee would need to get a second retail opinion if it wished to go into the merits, demerits, pros and cons of the particular approach taken to analysing that. This is, after all, why we employ professionals to advise us on the particulars of how a sequential test is undertaken.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Councillor Haddingham? Okay.
Thanks. So it says in the Stowmarket Town Council responses that something about expanding the much-needed community health services. Was that on the site? I don't really understand. That looks a bit random.
Yeah, I couldn't really expand on that. I did say it said a blue area, which to me looked like one of the units. So I wondered whether that was an early representation from the Town Council's Planning Committee that they would like to see one of the units as some sort of health provision. But I'm not aware of. That's obviously not what's being presented. So yeah. Sorry.
I think there was a response from the officer about that, and it's because I did read that bit. It's an out-of-town retail scheme we're doing permission for. Yeah. Have you got something else to say? Yes. I think Councillor Warboys had got his hand up.
I'm sorry.
Shall we let Councillor Warboys join the debate?
Yeah, I'd like to say something, but it does end up with a bit of a question, so for clarity, the question at the end. With Lambert, Scott and Hampton's analysis of the situation, I'm a little bit concerned is that they might be looking at the current situation. Recently there was a request for funding to extend Stowmarket High School because they hadn't taken into account the growth in population in Stowmarket. We've now got revised figures from the government in terms of development and the need for more housing. So has Lambert, Scott and Hampton taken into account the potential there for an increase in population and therefore an increased amount of turnover within the immediate town? Because at the moment I feel we're talking about in terms of there's a finite pot of trade which is going to be divided up by the various retail businesses, so we're going to lose trade in the centre of Stowmarket but gain it on the outside. But if that pot is actually going to grow over the next foreseeable future, should we be thinking, taking that into account?
Do any of the officers want to comment on that thought?
Yeah, I can. I believe the assessment is calculated a projection up to 2028, and that would accommodate projected growth. Yeah.
Chair.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Warboys?
Chair, I know I'm not meant to speak, but my colleague could answer for that point if you would like us to. I appreciate I'm not meant to be speaking now.
You're right, you're not meant to be speaking now. I think we've had an answer from the officers. Did you want to come back, Councillor Warboys?
Well, could I hear this answer as well, please?
You do? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I've contradicted you, but...
Okay, yes. Briefly, if you can comment.
The retail study, the survey that we've done is based on ONS data, and that's only taken into account once that household is in effect built and occupied. So in effect, it's a worst case scenario where that additional population growth will come in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you turn your mic off? Councillor Haddingham, did you want to come back?
I'm going to come off the fence, and as Stowmarket Town Council, so they have no objection, and say I'm going to propose that we accept our officer's recommendation and go for acceptance. But I would like, as Stowmarket Town Council have also asked, that they upgrade the 20% throwback by solar PV to 50%.
Do we have a seconder for that proposal at the moment? Councillor Morgan, did you want to comment on anything now, or do you want to wait and comment later? Okay. Well, we do know... Oh, Mr Isbell would like to come.
Sorry to interfere, Chairman. Can I understand precisely what Councillor Haddingham is suggesting? Because it may be this question of solar and EV charging might be something we wish to go back to the applicant to clarify further just why the content of the scheme is what it is. But what's...
Sorry. Just to improve the amount of solar panels they have, and possibly parking spaces as well. But anyway, that's by the by, but yeah.
Can I suggest, Chairman, you might want to put that question to the applicant to see what they say about that?
Okay. Would the applicant like to comment on the proposal for increasing the solar PV and the number of parking spaces?
Chair, as we said earlier, we're happy to look at increasing the number of solar panels that are provided on the development. What we might do is, if we look at a scheme in the period of, because there are other matters that are being delegated to the chair, to the Chief Planning Officer, we could look at a scheme and take that to the Chief Planning Officer. If that's appropriate, it could then be conditioned. So in principle, we're happy to look at that point.
There does seem to be in our list of conditions a sustainability installation of solar PV. Does that cover it, or does it need more words?
I'd anticipate that would likely be a compliance condition. So if we want to, but obviously that's broad in scope as written, that we could tweak it to that effect.
I'm not quite sure about the increase in car parking spaces, because that presumably is limited to land. But the EV charging. And again, there's probably I'm just trying to scan through the long list of conditions we've got. There is a condition saying highways, parking, manoeuvring, including EV charging.
I think you'll find there's a standard condition from the Highways Department. It may be that what we need is something for officers to work on whilst debate carries on, just something as a proposal to put to you, Chairman, so that, you know, as a suggestion, there's a negotiation with the applicant which perhaps is delegated in consultation with you, for instance.
Okay, thank you. Lots of people now want to make... Sorry,
can I... Just on the EV charging, we are limited at the moment by the capacity coming to the site from the grid as to the number of EV charging points we can provide. We provide a mixture, we provide some high capacity ones, some rapid chargers, but the number we've proposed at the moment is the maximum we can deliver with the existing capacity. I wouldn't wish to mislead you to say we can deliver 20, because we haven't got the capacity.
Right. I think we're looking for a condition, which means that you are going to negotiate that with our planning officers.
Okay,
so that is when we can have the discussion about how many we have. Thank you. Lots of people now put their hands up, and I would also like to make my points, which are probably different from other people's actually. But let's go to Councillor Elkin first.
Thank you. It's obviously not the perfect site. You know, there isn't room for sufficient parking. There's sort of quite constrained kind of, impacts on the high street as well. We heard about how it can't meet the BREEAM standards for various reasons. And I guess most significantly, you know, the last thing any of us want to see is another big national retailer, potential series of retailers potentially putting local high street businesses out of business. But we've heard all the other things on the other side in terms of job creation and skills and growth in Stowmarket, meaning hopefully there will be enough to go around in terms of retail spend. So it is a really difficult one. I mean, as Councillor Hardingham said, if there is willingness to improve the sustainability side of it, you know, there's big car parks. France doesn't seem to have any problem putting solar PV over all its car parks. You know, if it can't be met on roofs, that would feel like something that perhaps could be looked at with officers later, and would be quite an exciting way of showing that can be done. We're hearing a solar farm application later this morning, and what we hear from people is, why on earth is this stuff not going on roofs and on car parks? So this feels like a really kind of exciting opportunity to demonstrate that in practice. So I'm still slightly on the fence, but having heard from all the officers, and if there can be mitigation to support the high street, I think, and the commitment to work on the sustainability side, I think I would be willing to second the motion.
It's already been seconded.
Oh, has it? Sorry,
Yeah.
didn't realise that.
Councillor Matheson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, as I said, my concern particularly is about the extent of the impact on the existing town centre, and it seems to me that in the planning balance discussion, particularly for paragraphs 14.5, 6, and so on, that the spend of the council scheme of £2 million is taken to be of limited consequence compared to the substantial size turnover that's discussed, and not how much is moved, but how much altogether. And really, retail margins are actually quite low, very low, for the goods sector, and so really, if you look at the margin that the retail, the major goods particularly are making, then the £2 million being spent by the council is actually quite significant. It is quite an important change, and I think that in addition to that, the extent of the footfall effect, the impact on the footfall, that is particularly important to the independent, to the extra jobs doing while you're in the town, and particularly to the hospitality and the entertainment offerings in the town, which again are quite important, and that I think there's a mention somewhere about the shift away from retail to other activities, and so I think that, as Councillor Hardingham has said, that impact on the rest of the trade and activity in the town, not just trade, is actually quite important. So I do find it quite concerning overall, and I think that just touching again for a moment on the sequential tests, that if someone rolled up tomorrow morning with a planning application for the land behind Aldi saying, I would like to put retail on there, I think we'd probably be smiling at them and saying, well, that's not a bad idea. So I think that the reasons it's against that as an alternative being considered is not strong, and I can't actually support the application at the moment. I shall continue to listen.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just follow up on what Councillor Matheson has just said in terms of the designation of land for one purpose or another. I think this probably requires a clarification from officers. But in the Economic Development Report of February 2024, it stated quite clearly that this site was allocated and identified in the Stowmarket Area Action Plan for commercial development, and that the economic development officers would have supported an application for employment on this site, but not for retail. That recommendation seems to have disappeared later in the report, so perhaps we could clarify that one.
Yeah. So, as set out in paragraph 3.4 of the report, the site previously formed part of the Cedars Park employment allocation within the Stowmarket Area Action Plan, having originally been allocated in the Mid Suffolk Local Plan of 1998. So, the Stowmarket Area Action Plan policies 7.7 and 7.8 related to that employment allocation, and when we progress to joint local plan, those policies don't form part of the list of saved policies, so therefore that allocation has fallen away and doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you. Councillor Marriott.
Hello. In relation to ecology, sort of following Stowmarket Town Council's statements, it's saying here on page 9 about well, it's saying the need to accommodate lizards and slow worms on the site, which seems to be addressed on page 34 by the compliance with PEA and PMS for reptiles, but it also further down refers to alongside the sort of hedgerow creation, landscaping, etc., bat and bird boxes, log piles and bee bricks. I dare say that may be within the conditions for ecology, but I just wondered which one, just to make sure that that would be there.
That covered by an ecology condition?
Yeah, so there's one there that it's the last one of the ecology conditions, states biodiversity enhancement layout. So that would essentially be securing a detailed layout for those measures.
Okay, thank you. I thought that might be the case. Just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
I do have serious concerns about this application and its effect on Stowmarket High Street and the businesses there. I'm not a business expert, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hardingham for his comments about what an 11% drop in business might do to a small retailer, because I wouldn't really have a clue. But given that there is going to be a significant impact on trade in the high street, I really think that maybe it's not us, maybe it's county highways have missed a trick, because we've got, I am quite familiar with cycling around the Cedars Park area. I don't have a car, so it is if I want to cycle to Tesco's, I would go through all those bike paths. That bike path is on the north side of Castleton Way, and we have a pedestrian crossing into your new site with a new store in it, and loads of lovely bike parking, but there's not a safe cycle route into the car park. You've got to access, as I read the plans, if you are cycling to the site, you've got to somehow get off the bike path somewhere and go around the roundabout and down this spur road. You've got to go all the way around and follow the car route into the car park, for the sake of a metre extra width on your pedestrian access from the crossing and having a tiger crossing instead of a zebra crossing. I also welcome the enhancement of the bike path on the cut through from whatever it's called, navigation approach, and I understand completely where Councillor Lay's come from with the desire line. that used to be okay, but it's now really bumpy for a bike. I have done it on a bike. And then you come down into the dip, and then the official bike path makes you slog all the way up the hill to get to the pedestrian crossing on the sort of northern bit of Castleton Way. And then you have to go back down again. And having a straight on would be great, but how do I get across a roundabout? You've got that new bit of bike path, and then there's not a bike path to cross where Castleton Way turns around the corner. And also, one of my pet hates with retail parks, out-of-town retail parks, is people parking. Let's say they park at Screwfix. They go to Screwfix, then they have to hop in their car again to go to your retail park because there's not a nice, easy walking route. And lots of little short journeys, well, they're fine for an electric vehicle, but not for a petrol or diesel car. So we haven't got any requests from highways to improve the pedestrian and cycle connectivity to this new site. I don't think it goes far enough. And given that, okay, it's a 14-minute walk from town centre, it's probably about a 5-minute bike ride, but I don't think cyclists have been taken into consideration in the design and layout of the access. I'd like to see more done to make it cycle-friendly, and that little bit of path from the bus stop, fine, but why not extend the pavement all the way to Screwfix so that people can actually park once and not have to keep hopping in their car and going from one bit of retail park to another. It's just not sort of all together in my mind. And also, I know Councillor Elkin mentioned some sort of help mitigation for the high street, but as I read it, we're not getting any mitigation from this development for the high street. We're just getting the, whatever it was in here, it says a parking restrictions bond, I'm not quite sure exactly what that means, and a travel plan evaluation and a support contribution. Is that support to put in the travel plan? I'm not quite sure exactly what that means, but I'd like to see more cycle-friendly improvements to the highways in order to support this. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I having thought harder than I had before about the points that you're making, I think you're absolutely right, and really, you know, if we're in favour of active travel, etc., 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 yes, county highway should have been insisting on something considerably better than what's been put in front of us at the moment.
Councillor Morgan.
Yes, hello. Everything at the moment is we've been thinking about the centre of town. Now, I'm sitting on the fence slightly. It's not an easy decision to make, yes, no, without really thinking hard and heart-bearing. But I'm also thinking about the residents of Cedars Way. They are very disconnected from the centre of town. Now, they have got Tesco's, and that's about it. So, from their point of view, I can see this as possibly advantageous, but there are disadvantages as well. But I think that, you know, it's overbalanced. It's all the other side of the railway. Something needs to happen this side of the railway. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make any comments? Councillor Harding.
Yes, I'll just a comment really about the attractiveness of the site and whether or not people are likely to go elsewhere, particularly into town. I don't think anybody will walk from this site into town if they've parked there. I know people who go to an out-of-town retail centre and then stop and have a cup of coffee there. And they may even go there specifically because they can meet friends and stop in the cafe. And this, of course, doesn't really lend itself to boosting activity in the town centre, which probably needs to move over the long term more towards food and leisure activities than it is now. So I suspect we can't limit the availability of food and drink and cafe facilities in these stores, but I feel it would be a way of safeguarding the future of outlets in the town centre.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to make any further comments? So we've got a proposal and we've got a seconder. And we've got some slightly amended wording of the conditions that maybe I'll ask Gemma to read through before we go to a vote.
Yeah, Chair, are we not going to try and construct some kind of statement to meet the reservations that you just expressed?
Well, let's try and unpack a little bit of this, Chairman. Officers have discussed the walking and cycling infrastructure of this part of Stowmarket as part of our discussions with the applicant and with the County Council. So this has an ongoing conversation. I think you're kind of describing the territory. If this is something that you feel is mitigation for the harm here, this is something that probably needs a worked up, or at least a thought out scheme, which I don't know necessarily exists at this present point. So it needs something more, and it's typically the sort of thing that you have enough to know you can be confident a Section 106 will deliver. That's sort of the territory I'm in. There are financial consequences for an applicant in taking this approach, but you know, if you give weight to paragraph 94A, that's your choice. That's what you do as committee. That's up to you. But I think there has been an active discussion about this, and I think it would be a shame if one didn't pursue that further if that's where committee wanted to go. So one can obviously work up the condition about EV and solar content, and my instinct is that that will then be a discussion with the applicants, and I suggest that's something that we get a scheme before the permission is granted, and we get that into a shape so that it's just a condition that says you do it like that. But what you're describing here is a little bit more work and probably a bit more conversation, both about what's the scheme and how much money does it cost to achieve. You know, there is a signage scheme, I believe, that we're interested in relation to town centre. Was it 100,000 or so? And I believe, you know, there's a question of what a reasonable contribution to that might be as one way of promoting connection with the town centre. But these aren't things that I think we can resolve on the day here. So it sort of takes me into thinking this is kind of the territory of deferral to achieve whatever committee wants to achieve. But we've got a motion. And my suggestion, Chairman, in very simple terms, and if you want to debate it, I'll put something down that sets my thoughts out in more detail. I think there's possibly a little debate needed as to what committee actually wants to do, because the motion that Councillor Haddingham's put forward, as I understand it, relates to solar content, to the PV, well, effectively the PV and the EV content of the scheme as it is and what it might be. I think the applicant has said to you that they're limited in terms of what the infrastructure they have at the moment can actually deliver for them, but I think they'd be willing to look at it. I would suggest that can be a scheme. To have members' confidence, I think that would be better that as a scheme in our hands before permission is granted, if I'm honest, and that's where I get to. So it's that sort of delegation, but if you give me a couple of minutes, I'll just think about the actual words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman, I was assuming debate might proceed, actually.
Does anyone else want to make any further contribution whilst the officers are working on the wording? Councillor El.
It's just clarification, really. Sort of, obviously, you've got one proposal on the table. Our planning director has mentioned the idea of deferring, which is, I was just going to ask. I had been going to ask, you know, if we defer, that would then allow more in-depth discussion of mitigations that would reduce the harms, both to, you mentioned the active travel side, could that also take in the harms to independent high street retailers?
I think that might have been what we were suggesting, is that if we've got a package of what we understand you think is necessary, that allows us to make a resolution to that effect.
We have to, because we have a proposal and a seconded motion on the table, I think we have to let that run its course before we have a second proposal. Yeah, unless it's withdrawn. But anyway, I think there were Councillor Warboys and Councillor Hardingham wanted to join.
Yeah, I think I'm tilted in favour of the development subject to resolving the concerns about cycle access and cycle routes. I think looking at it on a map, it does make sense for a retail park on that side of town. It may well reduce travel to Asda and B&M, so in fact it may well be a positive effect on the amount of travel that's going through Stowmarket, unless they become more competitive. The development will, from the point of view of residents, I take the point about the development may well enhance choice, and it may well be attractive to residents. I think we are looking at Stowmarket as a growing centre. We have recognised there's a need to sort of develop, to improve, to enhance the town centre, and we are putting funds in there. And in the assessment of this, that there will be an impact, but it's not going to be significant enough for it to sort of be supported by the MPPF and saying that we can actually sort of refuse it on the grounds that this impact is going to be too significant. We will be looking at sort of how our investments are being used in the town centre, how effective they are, and we may well have to sort of develop a different kind of strategy for what the town centre offers. It is worrying. 11% impact on turnover for small retailer would as potentially be catastrophic, and we are heading into sort of difficult times, I think, in terms of the economy. But from our advisors, that 11% drop isn't going to be spread equally among all retailers. The main impact will be felt by the large sort of out-of-town centre retailers. It's a challenging decision. It is a site that looks appropriate for that sort of development. It's next door to the sewage works, so it's difficult to envisage it be used for housing or other forms of development. There's going to, and I think a lot of the discussion earlier about it being employment land was from before Gateway 14, which is now a major site outside town. So that the change of use to retailing is probably appropriate. So I think, just about in favour of supporting the applicant.
Thank you. I spotted your hand, Councillor Hardingham, but I think Councillor Hardingham had his hand up first, so I'm going to go to him first.
Thank you, Chair. It's just an observation, really, which is that we do have absolutely no idea what the ultimate tenets of this site are going to be. We have a kind of carrot dangled in front of us that we might be moving Stowmarket upmarket, but experience would suggest that actually it might well move in the other direction. And so, you know, it's just an observation. I think the carrot is on one side, but we can't be at all sure that it'll be actually delivered.
Councillor Hardingham.
Thanks. I just want to remind everyone that though Stowmarket Town Council has got reservations, they still have no objection to this, and they're the ones that this most affects. They've obviously done a lot of thinking about it and weighing up, and they've said they have they've got some concerns, but overall they've got no objection.
Thank you. I'd just like to come back on Councillor Morgan's point about the people of Cedars Park. And yeah, I think it will be attractive to them, but that's why I want them to be able to cycle there, because they shouldn't be getting in their car to go from Cedars Park housing development to a retail park at the bottom of the hill. They should be able to walk and cycle there. So, and I also think, given that the Navigation Way, Gipping Way traffic lights is almost at capacity, and people are worried about the phasing there. If we can get more people to cycle from the other side of town, then maybe it will relieve the traffic lights. So I think the cycle connectivity is important to mitigate the other harms of this development. And I agree, I don't think much else is going to go on that little triangle of land. I think something will come forward, and as you say, it's next to the sewage work. What else is going to go there? So yeah, I think we will have to accept a retail development there, but let's get something more positive for the town and get a better active travel network. I still would like to see more of a package for cyclists. I think the pedestrians and the bus are just about there, but the pavement could still have been extended to Screwfix car park to save you getting it back in the car again just to go to 20 yards. Councillor Matthews.
On that point, another thing that might play in the working out of is that the same ownership includes the immediately adjacent piece of land to the north, I suppose, northwest of the application. In the same ownership, we have got an application there. I'm just wondering whether we can get some of the cycle improvements on that application, which is under negotiation presumably at the moment, and that as it's the same ownership, that this application and that one can share some of the costs of making some of the improvements that the chair is asking about. I haven't been through. I mean, my route to go to this part of town is to go to the station and then to take the bicycle through the pedestrian and cycle cut through into from Navigation Approach to Tomo Road. I remember that last time I went through it as being particularly poor and wet, big puddles, and generally unsatisfactory. So it obviously needs improving at that point, as well as the safety, etc., to get into this current application. But some of the same arguments apply to the one next door.
Phil.
Thank you, Chairman. So at the moment there's a proposal on the table from Councillor Haddingham, which is a motion you've got. If I can speak to that and then keep going. So I think where I've arrived at as a piece of advice is to delegate to the Chief Planning Officer, or Acting Director of Planning, however you want to call it, to negotiate an improvement to the solar, PV and EV charging infrastructure content of the application, and to do that in consultation with you, Chairman, prior to the determination of the application. However, you don't have to proceed with the motion if the proposer of the motion withdraws it, and actually I'm getting the feeling that there is a mood amongst some members to explore other things. Now, I suppose the question for me is this a complete take it away and go and find something else out, or is this something that is within the potential scope to be resolved out of committee under a delegation? And I guess that's probably for the committee to work out in debate. But you have options. I've suggested the wording I would propose to hopefully meet Councillor Haddingham's request. But if you're simply going to vote the motion down and go in some other direction, do you really want to look at the bigger question of what you want? And then, given that time is relevant here, and this is important in terms of the potential occupiers, the question of how to do that and whether that requires taking it away, deferring it, bringing it back in front of committee, or whether there is never a limitless pot of money to service all of the demands you might have, given what you know about the impact on the council schemes. But if you are content that officers have some authority, which, say, you are able to sign off under a consultation with myself, there's potentially a route there where that can be discussed, because there have been conversations about infrastructure. There is the potential to amend and tweak the scheme to achieve that and other bits and pieces if committee want it. I've probably gone on too long, and it's for members to discuss.
Thank you. Do any members want to discuss that? Councillor Haddingham.
I would say I think I'd rather just go ahead with the vote and just see where that takes us. Like you say, if you all vote it down, then you start again. But I just think there's enough wriggle room for them to improve their solar panels and etc. And so that's what I'd like to do.
Okay. So we'll take this proposal that's on the table from Councillor Haddingham to the vote then.
Gemma will read it out again.
But we just need to read it out again. I think Phil wants to come in again.
And if I can recommend you make sure that the proposer and seconder of the motion are happy with that wording. So delegate to the Acting Director of Planning to negotiate an improvement to the solar PV and EV charging infrastructure content of the application in consultation with the Chairman of the Committee prior to the determination of the application.
Happy with that, proposer and seconder. Right, so we're going to do an old-fashioned vote with hands. So are we all ready? We all know what we're voting for? We'll go to the vote. Who's in favour of the proposal? Sorry?
Sorry, officers are having a small technical debate for themselves. And obviously, on top of that, that sits with the table papers recommendation as well. So that's an additional element that bolts on top of that, just for clarity.
Is there anything else you need to point out before we go for a show of hands?
Very quickly, Chair. So Avril had recommended the relocation of town centre operators restriction, and she and I also suggested the levels condition might be prudent. So they were two additions that we'd...
Oh yeah, you're right. You mentioned an addition in your initial bit, so that's also included. That's not written on our late papers. And did you say something else about levels?
Suggested levels condition. Avril and I had a small debate on the side if members were content. So just that we would agree the exact levels at an appropriate moment.
Are you happy with that, proposal seconder? Right, so who's in favour of the application with those additional conditions as read out by the planning officers? So who's against? Oh look, 4-4.
Chair,
So that means I have
that vote is tied, you have the casting
I have a casting vote. So I'd like to vote against it.
Thank you. So we therefore need a new proposal.
So the planning officers mentioned something about a time. If we defer it and have to bring it back to committee, there's a time implication? Is there room for negotiating a better cycle access to the site as part of the mitigation to encourage people to come from the town centre by sustainable means?
There's always a time implication, Chairman, but it's for committee to come up with the motion, and you could, depending, and if you are happy to provide that as a delegation, to negotiate a scheme and any relevant contribution as part of a Section 106 to improve the cycling and walking infrastructure, signage arrangements, because you consider that is a matter which causes harm to the town centre. You could do that, but my advice to you, Chairman, is you might want to consider that as a delegation in consultation with you rather than a report back to committee, because we won't have time to report this with any further papers until probably May, I suspect. So, and that might be problematic for the applicant. So, in a spirit of cooperation to that, I would suggest committee consider whether they are content to explore a delegation which allows that negotiation to take place and reach a conclusion. And as I say, there are various schemes which have been discussed with the head of economy, and our perspective is that this is a matter of negotiation rather than a finished package that we can describe today.
Okay. Does anyone else want to comment? Councillor Elkin.
It was just a question. Would that proposal include the matters that the one that we've just voted against? Could it be that plus?
Yes.
Yes. I think it could. I think the answer is yes to that. Councillor Warboys?
The Acting Director of Planning's suggestion that we delegate the decision dependent on improved cycling and pedestrian access and a more ambitious EV.
It's the same conditions that we had added on last time, plus a whatever it was, a scheme of delegation to give the Chief Planning Officer. Yeah, but I think we've got a proposer there for whatever you just said with the right words. Is there a seconder? Councillor Elkin? So I think we have talked quite a lot about this. Does anyone else actually want to say anything whilst the officers are getting the wording right? No, I think we're just waiting on them now.
Chairman, it can be rather boring waiting for officers to write things down. You might wish to have a short break in order to allow for that time, Chairman.
Well, it is 12:20. We'd probably need to, how long do you need? Right, so we can have a short break now, but you're not allowed to discuss the issue whilst you're out the room. So we'll come back at past, and hopefully. Oh, yeah, well, I know. I don't think I'm going to go. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go over to Phil Isbell.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So I think where officers have got to is to recommend a delegation to the Acting Director of Planning to negotiate amendments to the walking and cycling infrastructure within the scheme and off-site, together with any appropriate Section 106 contribution, together with an increase to the solar PV and EV charging content of the application and associated future-proofing infrastructure to secure appropriate amendments to the application accordingly in consultation with the Chairman of Committee, and as recommended in table papers, with the additional conditions relating to the relocation of town centre operators restriction, which has been mentioned, and ground levels to be agreed, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone understand what we're voting for? So we're going to do voting by a show of hands. Who is in favour of the proposal? If you put your hands down, I think, and could we have votes against? So that looks to me like it was 7 votes for and 1 against. So that is carried. Thank you very much for, it's been a long morning, but hopefully we have given it full justice. We're now going to break for lunch. So let's go for 40 minutes. So shall we come back? Can we come back at 1:10 past? Is that okay? Or did you tell the people waiting longer?
We've got a number for them. Lucy's got a number.
Yeah. So we come back about 1:10 past and we'll move on to item 7B. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Planning Committee. We're now going to move straight to item 7B, DC 2305426, land north of Line Road, Palgrave, part in the parish of Wortham and Diss. Councillor Warboys has moved over to the ward member area and he won't be taking part in the debate or vote on this item. He will be speaking as a ward member. So I'm now going to invite Jasmine Wyatt to introduce the application to committee.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. I'm presenting a full application today for the installation of a solar farm at land north of Lion Road, Palgrave. It should be noted that this is a cross-boundary application with part of the cable route and point of connection falling within South Norfolk. Members are reminded that this presentation should be understood alongside the committee report and not in isolation. The site is located within Mid Suffolk and South Norfolk, with the main bulk of the development straddling between the parishes of Palgrave and Wortham. The site sits between Lime Road, Millway Lane and Marsh Lane, with the A143 to the south shown by the pink line, which is just along here. This aerial map just shows some further context to the site. So the red line is just to show you where the boundary with South Norfolk is, and the orange line running northwards of that red line is the cable route and grid connection point that we're not considering today. Since the publication of tabled papers, South Norfolk District Council have confirmed that they have granted planning permission for the cable route and grid connection. In terms of constraints on the site, there are nearby listed buildings south, which are shown by the kind of dark orange-black dots, so where my red pointer is now. A public right-of-way runs through the site, shown by the green dashed line, just here. And the settlement boundaries of Palgrave are located to the east and Wortham to the west. Zooming in on the constraints map to the north, you can see where two public rights-of-way terminate where the cable routing goes. So it's just along here. So you've got the public right-of-way terminating here and here. You've again got a cluster of listed buildings here, and then this is where it then leads into South Norfolk. Again, looking north, but north of where the solar panels primarily are going, you've got some non-designated heritage assets shown by the stars. These are assets that would be affected by the development, and these are Thatched Cottage, Stone Cottages and Wolsey House. You then can see the public right-of-way that is running through the site. It doesn't run through the site immediately, but it will further down, and I'll show you in a second. And you've got some listed buildings as well scattered up here. These ones are not deemed to be affected by the development. To the south of the solar panels and the site, you can see the end of the public right-of-way, which runs through the site. So that's just here. You can also see Grade 2 listed buildings and non-designated heritage assets. The assets that would be affected by the development are the designated Park House, Crinkle Crankle Wall, Stables and Coach House, which sit immediately south of the site and the star, so this cluster here. And the Rookery, which is further south, and it's this building here. And then the non-designated assets that are affected would be St John's Cottages, which are shown by the star. This slide is just to touch on other projects within the area. Immediately adjacent to the site is the Grange Farm solar scheme, which was granted permission in November 2023. A permissive path was approved as part of the Grange Farm development running along the western boundary of Grange Farm, which is adjacent to this proposal. So the permissive path ran within this site, but down here. Members will also note that there are a number of nationally significant infrastructure projects proposed within the vicinity. These specifically include the Norwich to Tilbury line and Eco Power Suffolk. Infrastructure projects in South Norfolk and West Suffolk will also likely have a cumulative impact in landscape and visual terms, specifically when travelling along the A143 and A140. What I would stress is that the Norwich to Tilbury line is currently proposed to run between the two solar farms, and Eco Power Suffolk is looking within a 5 kilometre radius of the Yaxley substation. At present, no land is indicated to be used within Palgrave or Wortham, but this is not confirmed, and These projects are importantly not consented and their red line plans are not fixed. Those projects could therefore be changed or refused later down the line. As such, they're afforded very limited weight. The site layout plan shows proposed development and landscaping. The proposal consists of solar panels, inverters, a substation, operation and maintenance building, transformer stations, spare parts container, temporary construction compound, internal access tracks, an upgraded access onto Lion Road, fencing, hedgerow and tree planting, wildflower planting, and a proposed pond. The closest dwellings to the solar panels are St John's Cottages, which are the non-designated heritage assets, and they are about 90 metres to the south. Stone Cottages and Thatched Cottage are also non-designated heritage assets, and they are 240 metres north-east. And Wolsey House is 395 metres north-east, and they're the closest dwellings. The blue solar panels shown on the screen, or the area of blue, are to be piled into the ground, and the green panels will need to be mounted for archaeological reasons, so that's just the difference in colours there. Looking northwards, a minimum setback distance of 182 metres is achieved from Millway Lane, which is designated a quiet lane. This is achieved by proposing skylark mitigation areas, wildflower planting and pond creation. A new tree belt is proposed to screen the panels, which would meet existing hedgerow and screening. So that new area of hedgerow is along here. Looking southwards, the panels are set back 110 metres from Lion Road in the centre, mitigating some impact to the nearby heritage assets, but not all. The existing agricultural access is to the south, which will be widened, and the indicative temporary construction compound is to the south, adjacent to the access. So the access would be here, and that's the indicative temporary compound. Turning to the public right-of-way, footpath 20 is the public right-of-way running through the centre of the site. Security fencing is required adjacent to the solar panels, but there will be a minimum distance of 10 metres from the edge of the footpath to the fence, and the intervening area will be wildflower meadow. The construction and maintenance access would be the same, and both taken from Lion Road. To the south, an existing agricultural access would be upgraded to facilitate this, and this is just to show the highway access information that's been provided. These photos are taken from along Millway Lane and are looking at the eastern boundary of the site, moving towards the west. The star on the map shows where the photos were taken. The first photo shows the established hedgerow and boundary between this solar farm and Grange Farm adjacent. The second photo is looking southeast from Millway Lane, and in the far distance, you can't see on here, but in the far distance, wind turbines are visible over the top of the tree line. The third photo is looking down the public right-of-way. Looking directly down from the public right-of-way, there are a line of trees that you can see in the distance, so these trees here. And these are to be retained, and on the other side of those would be where the panels would be located, but you are going to have some panels that would be visible within this area as well. These two photos are taken from along Marsh Lane, which is along the western edge of the site. The parcel of land shown on the screen in these two photos would have solar panels on them. And turning to Lion Road, these are along the south of the site and are taken from the existing agricultural access, which will be upgraded and used as the main access point. Photo 1 is looking eastwards towards the end of the public right-of-way and St John's Cottages in the distance. Half of the field closest to Lion Road here would actually be clear of solar panels. That's that central area. Photo 2 is looking northwards into the site. Again, this is an area where there would be solar panels. Photo 3 is at the southern part of the site where there are existing trees and hedgerows which would be retained, and solar panels would be sited in this area. Place Services Landscaping and the applicant's landscape and visual impact assessment acknowledges that there will be significant adverse landscape impacts on the character of the site and immediate setting, but these would be reversible on decommissioning. In addition, there would also be significant adverse impact effects in accumulation with the adjacent Grange Farm solar scheme, when looking at the site, and whilst to a limited degree, also the surrounding area. Visual concerns are primarily related to amenity and experience of users, as these areas are sensitive and there would be a substantial magnitude of change. This is specifically in relation to Millway Lane as a quiet lane and to the footpath running through the site. Place Services Landscape did, however, acknowledge that the hedgerow enhancement and woodland belts would have long-term beneficial landscape impacts, and that reasonable mitigation measures have been proposed to address the visual effects, which would reduce the residual visual harm to an acceptable level. The significant adverse landscape harm would, however, remain. As part of the landscape considerations, the applicant produced visualisations to demonstrate how the development would look upon completion and after 10 years. These are both taken looking south from Millway Lane, with the existing hedgerow being the eastern boundary of the site, with Grange Farm Solar on the other side of the hedgerow. Then looking along Lyon Road, with the panels in the distance beyond St John's Cottages on the left of the screen, and after 10 years you can see that these are not visible from this area. Again, this is looking southeast along Millway Lane near to the footpath. However, the top visualisation has a very faint strip, but it's kind of this upper field element here. This is to show where the Grange Farm Solar would be. The bottom shows this scheme after mitigation, but doesn't show Grange Farm Solar. So again, you can kind of see where there is a slight green gap in the distance, and that's where Grange Farm would be. The following slides contain indicative drawings, but show typical pieces of solar infrastructure that are to be accommodated on site. The solar panels would be a maximum of 3 metres in height with a minimum clearance of 0.7 metres underneath. All panels would be orientated south. Save for the panels, one of the largest pieces of infrastructure on site are the 5 spare parts container and 1 operation and maintenance building, which will look like typical shipping containers. The finalised external details of all ancillary infrastructure is recommended as a condition. The fencing proposed around the site will be similar in appearance to the stockproof wooden pole deer fencing on screen, with the majority piled into the ground and a small amount mounted onto concrete blocks for archaeological purposes. A condition is recommended in the committee report to require finalised details of the fencing along the public right-of-way. It's now recommended, and this is at the end of the presentation, that this condition be expanded to include details of all fencing, just so we cover everything across the site. The substation is again a modest feature of the development in contrast to the panels, and is a small structure. Turning to key issues, there would be a very low to medium level of less than substantial harm to a range of heritage assets arising from the loss of their rural agricultural setting. As set out within the committee report, this harm is afforded great weight. However, in engaging the public benefit test and a planning judgment, the harms to designated and non-designated heritage assets are outweighed by public benefits. Even after mitigation, however, there would be a residual significant adverse landscape impact, which must be weighed in the overall planning balance. Turning to the key benefits of the scheme, these benefits include helping the government meet their targets of clean power by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The scheme would generate enough renewable energy to power 18,996 homes. Biodiversity net gain on the site would be 76% in total, accounting for all habitat, hedgerow and watercourse units, and further biodiversity enhancements would be delivered across the site. On balance, the recommendation is therefore to grant planning permission subject to an amended condition relating to the appearance of the fencing across the site. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Hardingham.
Thank you, Chair. I don't recall seeing any reference to grazing in the applicants, in the documents, whether the site is going to be used for grazing.
Thank you. So there is no reference to it because it's not formally agreed. There's no formal grazing licence document that's been signed at this stage. So this is not secured and not something we could insist on being done. However, having said that, it's believed that the landowners do intend to graze sheep on the land. So it's definitely a possibility. It's just not confirmed.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Matheson.
and you've said that this is not something that can be secured via the planning process. But I thought the government seems to be saying things more specifically about community benefits to infrastructure projects, etc., etc. Is that still in the category of emerging warm words rather than actual facts?
Yes, so that's certainly not something that we can secure through Section 106, for example. But having said that, it's something that is proposed and is covered at the end of the committee report. It's just something that we can't take as a material consideration or secure it. No.
Your mic's not on.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the public right-of-way that goes through the middle of the site. And I had a look at that diagram, and it's got like I think 10 to 17 metre buffer each side. And if I've understood it right, it's got fencing down each side, but no hedging. And I just wondered why that was. Is that a design decision that was reached with community input, or just wondering why there was no hedge there?
I believe that there is an element probably that's come from Place Services Landscape and the Public Rights of Way team in terms of planting it up and getting a sense of enclosure along the public right of way. I believe the applicant also was concerned that once it's planted, it does divide up the parcels of land, so upon decommissioning it probably would have to be ripped up. And they were not keen on doing that, so that's kind of one of the reasons, but that might be something that you want to discuss further with the applicant.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, another question?
It was because it's putting in quite a wide meadow strip and some sections of that path, that needs management. Is that something that the county council's going to, public rights of way team have to pick up, or who pays for that to be
anything
looked
that's
after?
so the public right of way itself it ordinarily falls to Suffolk County Council.
That's the 2 metres.
But the bits either side of that are part of the application site, so they'd fall within the landscape and ecological management plan, which is conditioned.
So the meadow management, which is got to be done at the right time in the right way, would be their problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Any further questions? Can I just ask you to point out on the plan of the site where the containers and the substation are going to be, because I can't see it on the, it's quite small. If you just point out where they're going to be.
So you've got this orange bit here, that is the substation and the operation maintenance building. Then you've got dots kind of, I'm trying to work out, sorry, let me have a little look at my slides. So not these bigger dots, but there's some slightly smaller dots in between. And these are I think they were the transformer stations. And then you've got spare parts containers, which again are kind of scattered in those kind of similar locations across the site, but they are very, very small, and I can't actually see the colours on my plan on here.
And that line that they're all on, that's a sort of access track, is it, through the middle of the site? That's
internal
maintenance access track.
Yeah.
Any further questions of the officer? Councillor Elkin.
Sorry, I think it's about 87% good agricultural land. I know you covered it in the report, but could you just remind us how much weight, if any, that has?
Yes, so it is something that is covered within the MPPF as being, retaining that best and most versatile agricultural land. But conversely, you've also got the very, very strong emphasis through government documents and also the MPPF and our own policies in relation to renewable energy schemes. So there's a tension, but it's it's more weight probably to the renewable energy side of things, especially since we don't have a specific policy relating to renewable energy on this best and most versatile land. That's not covered within policy LP25. I think the other thing to say is that upon decommissioning, it's not loss or permanent change in that agricultural land, and in a lot of instances it actually ends up being slightly better quality land at the end of it, although it's already best and most versatile.
Thank you. Right, if there are no further questions of the officer, I will now invite the public speakers to address the committee. We were expecting someone from the Parish Council, but they're not here. We don't have an objector. We have a supporter, Stephen Rash. So you will get your 3 minutes, which I time with a timer, and you need to press the button on your mic, and then there may be questions afterwards. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stephen Rash. I'm one of the landowners involved in this project. I'm a fifth-generation farmer with a total land holding of around 390 hectares. The farm has been in my family since the late 1800s, and I've personally been involved in farming this land for over 50 years. In fact, my first harvest was in 1971, for further information. The land we've put forward for this solar project is just 5% of our total land holding, which is predominantly arable, with 60 hectares of permanent pasture and 20 hectares of mature woodlands. From farming this land put forward for this development, I know the challenges all too well. The fields proposed for this project are drought-prone, with sandy, flint-heavy soils that struggles to hold moisture. The irregular field shapes make farming with modern equipment challenging, to say the very least. We have seen low and inconsistent yields here, and particularly in recent years, climate change conditions have become more unpredictable. Some may question whether taking land out of food production is the right decision, but the reality is this is not prime agricultural land, and the revenue from the solar farm will help safeguard the future of our wider farming business. This project is not a threat to food security, it is a safeguard. It will provide a stable, reliable income that allows us to invest in better farming practices, modern equipment and long-term sustainability. It means we can keep producing food rather than facing financial uncertainty that might force us to sell off land or scale back operations. We have carefully selected this land for this solar project because it's set away from the village, minimising the disruption to our neighbours. Because, after all, we are members of this community as well. And with my son, who's a partner in the family business, and my new grandchild, we will continue to be parts of the community for many years to come, possibly generations. As a farm, we have always been committed to renewable energy. From installing solar panels in our own farmyard to power our electricity needs there, to taking part in trials for willow coppice, which was part of the EU non-fossil fuel obligations. We believe farmers should be part of the solution to climate change, and the project will allow us to contribute to the government's net zero goals while keeping our farm running for the next generation. Over the past 5 years, we've grown oilseed rape, animal feed wheat and field beans on this land. The yields have been disappointing and inconsistent, particularly due to drought and pest issues. In contrast, elsewhere on the farm, we have much better yields, and we are reinforcing our decision to put these fields forward for solar rather than our more productive areas. Farming, as I'm sure the Council is well aware, is changing. We are facing rising costs, uncertain subsidies, and increasing climate pressures. This project offers stability, allowing us to continue producing food while embracing a sustainable future.
Thank you. Oh,
sorry.
One more sentence.
One more sentence. Approving this project will mean supporting local farmers, renewable energy, and a future where farming and sustainability work together. I urge you to back this project and help secure the future of farms like ours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the supporter? Councillor Elkin?
Thank you. It was just that point that, you know, where you've got the footpath going through the middle, that it wasn't hedged. Is there you know, if a hedge was put in and then had to get taken out at the end, is that because you couldn't get farm machinery in there, make an awkward kind of fill shape?
The problem with removing hedgerows, you can't just willy-nilly remove hedgerows, can you? I'm sure you're aware of the hedgerow regulations where we have to apply, come back to you in 30 years' time and ask you for permission to remove them. If we were unable to remove the hedges because they're mature and people wouldn't like it, it would certainly cut off part of our farm from other parts, which would make life extremely difficult.
Would you be able to put a, 2 or 3 access points? I know it's not so convenient in a combine to do small.
This is probably a question for the developers rather than me personally. But if I could say, there was a mention of grazing earlier. As a farmer, we'd be very keen to graze this. We have the ability and the inclination to maintain. It's a good way of maintaining the site and also producing food. And we would obviously be interested in that as per, we have the skill and the expertise to maintain the wildflower meadows on either side of the footpath as well.
Thank you. Do you want to turn your... that's it. Any further questions? Thank you very much. If you want to turn that mic off. And then next we have the applicant, Gemma Santapino with Chloe Hood. If you'd like to address the committee, and I'll time you with my timer again. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gemma Santapino, and I'm the lead planner on this project for Aura Power, the applicant. We are pleased that your planning officer has recommended this project for approval and received 51 letters of support. Our team has worked closely with your officers to address concerns raised, ensuring the proposal's benefits significantly outweigh any harm. This project will make a vital contribution to the UK's transition to clean energy, strengthening energy security and lowering costs. The project aligns with the government's Clean Power 2030 Action Plan, which sets to triple solar capacity. With a grid connection agreed at this substation, this project is ready to start generating clean electricity imminently. Through extensive community consultation, this proposal has been designed to minimise visual impact from nearby residents and maximise environmental benefits. This includes extending the setback from Millway Lane and a new pond designated to attenuate surface water. 1.2 kilometres of new trees and hedgerows will be planted, along with native grassland, a wildflower meadow and corridor next to the public footpath, with a minimum 20-metre buffer from the solar panels on each side. We have also incorporated skylark plots to support nesting. The site is owned by 3 small farm landowners. The land has predominantly been used to grow crops for animal feed and is just a proportion of their wider land holdings. The income from the solar farm will be reinvested into their wider farming operations, enabling continued farming with confidence during a time of economic uncertainty and climate volatility. Construction is anticipated to take 6 to 9 months, and we will ensure comprehensive construction traffic management plan is agreed with the council prior to commencement. We are mindful of other developments nearby our proposed site and are committed to working with all parties to minimise local disruption during construction. The project will provide local economic benefits, including a £12,000 annual community benefit fund and £50,000 in business rates from Mid Suffolk Council annually. In total, 0.5% of UK agricultural land is needed to meet this overall target, and solar farms do not threaten food security. This project will use just 0.08% of all agricultural land in Mid Suffolk. The development represents essential infrastructure. The Secretary of State has made it clear that they intend to approve acceptable schemes that are unnecessarily blocked. We urge you to approve the project today to begin supporting our farmers, delivering clean energy and biodiversity enhancements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, noting that this is the 35-year timescale, are you prepared to make the community £12,000 kitty inflation linked, please?
Yes, it is index linked by CPI. We've already increased it previously in our other projects, so it's currently at £400 per megawatt, set rate, and that will increase in alignment with inflation.
Thank you. Yeah, is that documented in somewhere already?
Thank you, Chair. So it's not, because it's not something we can secure through planning. It's not something that we can secure through Section 106. Where we've done it in the past, it's outside of planning. Taken Ian's advice previously, and we've had to do it under Section 111 of the Local Government Act. So it's not planning, it's not a material consideration, and it's not something we can get involved in today. But I'll defer to Ian for any further advice.
If I could if I could just add a little bit of assurance to that, is that possible?
Yeah.
I appreciate it's not planning consideration, but just for your reference, that is something that we would agree directly with the beneficiaries, whether that be the local parish council, most likely, or an independent panel set up for that. We'd have an agreement between us as the owner and operator and the beneficiary in a legal agreement.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Elkin and then Councillor Harding.
Thank you. I've got two, if that's okay. The first one might be a bit of an odd one, but I did notice in your support comments, they all look like they were on a survey form. And I just wondered how they'd made their way to the planning committee, and whether people were aware that that use was being made. Perhaps people have sent them in themselves, but if not, there seemed to be a GDPR implication if people are not aware that's how their information is being used. So I just wondered if you could explain that.
Yeah, most certainly. I think there is maybe a contribution of both sides. From our perspective, we personally feel it's important to ensure that everybody has their say on these projects. And sure, you can appreciate a lot of the time planning applications have a number of comments, mostly from people who are opposing a scheme, and that's where they become more vocal. So we feel it's also important to enable other voices that may be indifferent or even support to do that. So we ran a support campaign which involved going out to the wider community, informing them about the project and whether or not they'd like to comment on the planning application. And those details which you mentioned, including GDPR, were all covered by by the partner that we work with to do that.
So that was part of the not exactly consultation process, it was kind of canvassing supportive opinion. Was that locally or was that in a broader area?
So it was locally, it was within the areas of Palgrave, which is the nearest village. I think some was done in Wortham, but then also extended out to Diss as well.
Okay, thank you. And my other question about, it's maybe we can hear from the board members, but you know, it feels like on that public right-of-way, you're going to be walking, you're going to see solar panels on either side of you, the way it's designed at the moment, and perhaps that's what people prefer compared to big hedges. But if it's not what people prefer, is there potential to put hedging along there with suitable big gaps you can get a combine through in 30 years?
Yeah, most definitely, and it's certainly something that we discussed at our initial public consultation forums. We found from previous developments where we have also had footpaths running through the site that predominant concern has been creating a kind of tunnelling effect. So that's something that we've picked up from other developments, and also something that we discussed with various community members on this project as well. So I guess there were a few kind of inputs from a community level, but then also through our consultation during the determination process with the Public Rights of Way officer. And it was with, I think, through the conversations that we had with them that we'd evolved this 20-metre buffer with the wildflower planting as the most suitable kind of vista running through that footpath.
Thank you. Councillor, are you all right with that? We're finished. Councillor Hardingham?
Thank you. I seem to remember, perhaps you can clarify, that there is a path between this solar farm application and the Millway farm one on the east side. What is the separation between that and solar panels on both sides? Or
just bear with me a second. In our site boundary, the only footpath that we have obviously accounted for is the one that runs through the site.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of there being one that runs through this development and the adjacent one. My
I
colleague
know
won't.
that between the two sites there's a, quite a thick hedgerow, so they are well screened from one another. Unfortunately, I won't be able to tell you what's on the other side of that hedgerow, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, so what's the setback between your panels and this, and the hedge there on the east side?
So there is a slight slither of land. I think it's 10 to 20 metres between the existing hedgerow and the beginning of our development.
Yeah.
It's bigger than that.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions from the other members, I'd just like to ask a question. You said in your representation that you were going to be able to imminently start producing electricity, and then you said there was a 6 to 9 month build-out time. So if you were to get planning permission today, when would that 6 to 9 months start, and would you be producing electricity for the grid 9 months after you start, or is there some other thing you've got to do before that happens?
So, my microphone's on, is it? Yeah. We would anticipate construction beginning sort of spring, summer 2027. And then after that, we have our grid connection secured for March 2028, so well within sort of the CP30 targets that I referred to previously.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I quite agree 2 years is imminent, but anyway.
Just add just a little bit more context to that with regards to the imminent. So I don't know if members are aware of the grid reform that's currently happening with National Energy System Operator, but we will be working with them to progress our grid connection. So should we be able to do that today with the grid operator, it means that potentially that could be brought forward. So whilst that is currently our connection offer, what the distribution network operator is hoping to achieve is enabling secure projects to be brought forward sooner. So that would be our intention.
Thank you. And given that's the situation, and we do have the adjacent to you, we have the Grange Farm site, which has already got permission, and I understand that hasn't started construction yet. Are you willing to work with that developer to minimise construction traffic disruption? Because if you're both building at the same time, it could be quite disruptive to the local community. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're committed to working with the developer adjacent. We're happy to put something in the comprehensive construction management plan to ensure this, which will obviously need to be agreed with the planning officer as well. So we are open to ensuring that everything runs smoothly, and we're collaborating with the other developer.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor.
Sorry, one more. Can I just ask about the overplanting? For somebody non-technical like myself, my understanding is that you put a lot more panels in than you actually need, in case moss grows on them, or they're out of action for some reason, which I can understand that you need a certain amount, but I think you were putting in double the amount, so you're putting in exactly the same again for your overplanting, which to a member of the public who lives nearby, you're covering twice as much land with panels as you perhaps need to. So I just wondered if you could explain it in a non-technical way.
Yeah, no, of course. So we have a grid connection for 30 megawatts, which is the AC connection. So when a solar farm generates electricity, it generates electricity in direct current, and then it gets converted to AC to go onto the grid. So the DC current is the maximum generation of the solar panels themselves. So ultimately, the DC current, the higher your DC current is, the more you're able to optimize your grid connection. So we'll only ever be delivering 30 megawatt AC at one time onto the grid, but the more panels that we have means that we can just optimize that and basically deliver more electricity across the course of a year than we would if we had, say, an extra field cut off. So it just means that we can power the equivalent of what it was, 18,000 homes, as opposed to if we didn't have that overplanting, it would be something like 11,000 or 10,000 homes, I think was the original statement. So ultimately, it just enables us to really maximise the grid connection that we have. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, so we now move on to the ward member. This is in both Councillor Warboys and Councillor Weller's ward. You can argue amongst yourselves to who goes first, who's going to go first. But we'll hear from both of you because it crosses the border between your two wards. Thank you.
For information, Chair, 60% is in my ward. It's difficult to add to the contributions and the details from the landowner and the developer. However, I'm going to start with my ask. I'm going to ask the committee to scrutinise carefully, as usual, that the adverse impacts of this development are mitigated for as effectively as possible. Should this be approved, I'd like to be sure that when the site is returned to agricultural use, then this restoration is properly funded and managed through a binding agreement. This proposal for 121 acres is a second application for a solar farm impacting Palgrave. The first was in 2023 of 220 acres, despite much local opposition. This new proposal has attracted similar opposition, drawing attention to the harms to heritage assets, loss of amenity, adverse landscape effect, industrialisation of farmland, and how these are exacerbated as a result of the previous permission and the proposed national grids, Norwich to Tilbury pylons. However, of the 67 public comments, there are 16 objections and 51 in support. This is indicated, I think, of both the divisive nature of these projects, but also growing support for them. The supportive comments have included public and private benefits, contribution to energy security, renewable electricity, farm diversification, and the potential for an increase in biodiversity. There has been intensive consultation between our case officer Jasmine and Aura Power. I too, in addition to listening to residents, have been able to question Aura Power regarding their proposal. Aura Power have been transparent, I believe, in their consultation. They have published the results of their extensive public engagement. Some of the comments are actually very forcibly expressed. 718 properties were circulated. The planning document explains in detail the lengths that Aura have gone to avoid unacceptable environmental and amenity effects, while still ensuring that they make a substantial contribution to the UK's requirement for renewable energy generation. I'm very aware of residents' concern about the industrialisation of our landscape. I've walked the footpaths shown in the slides, and I must confess I'm a bit ambivalent of walking that same footpath when the development, or if the development takes place. In the balance, however, is the need for energy security and the urgency of replacing outdated fossil fuel sources of energy by renewable sources of energy. Why here? There's a lack of a nationwide strategy. This site has been chosen by Aura because of the available capacity at an existing substation on the existing grid at Diss. And the justification goes back to the Energy White Paper of 2020 and the most recent Declaration of Government Strategy, Powering Up Britain 2023. This lack of a nationwide strategy, a dependence on available capacity to connect to the grid, is leading to unfortunate concentrations in this area. The lack of government support through legislation to secure solar arrays on future buildings is also a lost opportunity. People are affected personally by this proposal, and that is in the balance against the sort of benefits to the public good. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Shall we hear from Councillor Weller next, and then maybe we'll do questions to ward members and they can decide who's going to answer. So over to you, Councillor Weller.
Thank you, Chair. It's without any doubt that this application, together with the immediately adjacent approved solar development, has caused fracture to the people of Palgrave. The issues have been well rehearsed in this chamber before today. But it's not as though local communities have been subjected only to these two developments. An anticipated towering infernal mega pylon route snaking across the nearby countryside and considerable nationally significant infrastructure projects within very close proximity on both sides of the River Waveney will, for in excess of a generation, dramatically alter the character of this pastoral landscape. Across my ward, every village, that's 9 communities, is impacted by existing or proposed energy development. Wind turbines, electricity substations, a synchronous condenser, multiple power stations, several battery installations, massively significant land-absorbing solar and related infrastructure. Just south of 3,000 residents can be forgiven for feeling that they're single-handedly powering up Britain and that it's all just a bit too much. Conversely and perversely, the planning authority is all but powerless to refuse such applications thanks to a lack of strategic coordination. The increasing demand for new grid connections for sustainable clean energy development in Mid Suffolk, particularly along the A140 corridor, make our area an inevitable target to be placed under siege. This council has made a plea to National Grid and the National Energy System Operator for national strategic coordination to mitigate the harmful cumulative effect of energy infrastructure saturation on small communities. At a meeting last night, I was asked if I was anti-solar, not antisocial, I was very sociable, but I was asked if I was anti-solar. And I was asked by a resident whose home I knew is proposed to be surrounded on 3 sides by panels. So I thought carefully before giving my response. And I responded that in fact I'm not opposed to solar. Perhaps surprisingly, neither was the resident. As I'm speaking today on this grey afternoon in Ipswich, over 60% of energy feeding the grid derives from renewable or low energy sources, and over 25% right now derives from solar. So of course it's a valuable, sustainable source. But getting the balance right between food security, protection of valuable community landscape, habitat and biodiversity assets, and energy security targets requires very serious consideration at national level if communities aren't going to be divided and disenfranchised. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of the ward members? No? Councillor Elkin.
I just wanted to ask you both about mitigation because we haven't got somebody from the parish councils. I've been going on about whether people wanted hedges along the public footpath. I think you've mentioned harm to heritage assets. I just would love to know if there was anything else that you've heard people mention that hasn't already been mentioned in the papers in terms of mitigation. Could something be being done that isn't being done?
Right. Yes, I think the improvements to the footpath, the width of the footpath did come about because of public engagement. There have been concerns expressed about using that footpath and the lack of visual amenity, which is a point, but whether I think Borough Power have probably done as much as is feasible in the scope of their development. There's one stretch of on the edge of the development between the development of the neighbouring farm, and I can't quite remember the name of the farm, which would benefit from further planting, but that's not within the ownership of the developers. So that's possibly something that might be looking for some sort of support from the parish or from the council. The talking to Aura Power, we talked about developers that they're planning to actually sort of put or begin planting before they sort of start installing the solar arrays. So there'll be a little bit of a catch-up before that. I think I'm correct in that. There was a discussion about the hedgerow. There isn't actually a footpath on the other side of that hedgerow, which will be retained. It's a very impressive hedgerow. And there's a gap then between the hedgerows and the solar arrays to allow for maintenance. I think there's quite good connectivity between the hedgerows for biodiversity. There's another stretch along Lion Road which has been brought back further from the road, and that's quite a bare and exposed position, but it actually is further back from the road.
Thank you.
I think that's about.
Yeah, I think you've referred to the footpath. You've referred to the question.
Really needs to know.
Does Councillor Weller want to add anything?
Yeah, just a quick word, and thank you, Councillor Elkin, for the question. There's mixed views amongst residents around whether that main footpath that dissects the site ought to be hedgerowed or not. Some people preferring the outlook that you have and actually taking an interest in the solar panels, which is great, and others fearing the tunnelling effect that planning officers have referred to if the area were planted. So I'd say it's fairly mixed and divided, like the rest of it, on the matter of hedgerows. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Actually, what you've just said has made me think of another question, given the footpath, and I think it is a matter of opinion about whether it should be hedged or not. Maybe that will come up in debate. But given that there is the public footpath right through the middle of this site, maybe I can ask the officers this. Is there any information panels? I know I think we've had information panels for other similar installations, and whether this is part of this application, so that the public walking through on that footpath can find out about what's happening.
I don't believe they're currently proposed, but it is something that we could look. It would be quite a simple condition to include, and it might be something to ask the developer as well.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Morgan.
It was more actually to our officers. Has there been any noise reduction or investigation into the possibility of the wind running through these panels and causing whirring noises or anything like that from behalf of any residents or just general public using footpaths?
I don't believe there's been specific wind kind of noise assessments, but our environmental health team have assessed the application in detail, and they have confirmed that they're happy with the submitted noise assessment that is to do with that kind of background noise levels that will kind of the buzzing that's associated, and they've confirmed that as long as there's a condition that requires that the noise levels are complied with, they're happy that that is acceptable.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, then I'll open this item up for debate. Councillor Matheson.
It's interesting enough, it is actually a question that just listening to the ward members and about the different views about the hedges and all the rest of it. I was thinking, well, the mitigation to some extent ought to be the best possible biodiversity, and I noticed that under biodiversity, the Wildlife Trust have got a holding objection about the skylarks. Or did you mention that on the way through your intros?
It's in the tabled paper.
Is it? Oh, I never got to that. Apologies.
But to confirm, they no longer have a holding objection. They are happy that the skylight mitigation has been assessed by Place Services Ecology, and that the off-site skylight mitigation can be secured via planning obligation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marriott.
Sorry, it is more of a question. I've just realised. I don't know if that's all right. It's regarding the overplanting, which was Councillor Elkin previously mentioned. On page 49, it's talking about the grid connection is for 30 megawatts, and the installed capacity overplanted would be 60 megawatts, but they wouldn't use that. There's a condition we're putting into it to recommend to limit the export capacity to 49.9 megawatts. Why isn't that actually kept to 30 megawatts?
Good spot.
It's deliberate. So the only reason that we've proposed a condition, the grid connection is 30 megawatts, so they would not be allowed to do anything unless the grid connection was amended anyway in terms of increasing that. The reason it's 49.9 is because as soon as it hits 50, it's a nationally significant infrastructure project. So what we would want to ensure is that it hadn't been approved under Town and Country Planning Act if it was actually a nationally significant infrastructure project. So the reason that we've put it as 49.9 is because if in the future at any point that grid connection is amended and it's uplifted for whatever reason, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's any need to come back to us, because actually those solar panels would still be as they are. Obviously, if there was any change in the scheme, that would be a different story, but it allows a potential increase. I'm not saying that there is one, but that's the reason.
Do you want to come back?
Yes, just to say, but that would mean that for now, or at the initial stages, they shouldn't go beyond 30 megawatts.
Yes, yeah. And in terms of it, that's all to do with the grid connection that they have in place anyway.
Can I just clarify, if we granted permission today for this solar farm, the 30 megawatt limit is not a planning restriction, it's restricted by the grid. They would have to make an application to National Grid to raise it higher, but they wouldn't need to come back for further planning. Is that right?
Yes. And that's the reason the 49.9 is just to ensure that it doesn't become a nationally significant infrastructure project kind of by the back door.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, it did suddenly come to me, but hearing the explanation from the applicants, that looking back to the solar farms we've dealt with so far, I don't remember hearing about this overplanting business before. So, I mean, I just wonder what we've really approved, whether we've approved that many hectares or twice as many hectares of panels.
So I think the ones that have already got permission have got permission for that area of land to be covered in solar panels. Is that right?
Yes, and I think just to add to that, in just looking at Grange Farm immediately next door, that had a significantly higher export capacity, so it was 49.9 is what their grid connection was for. So in terms of if they were to do overplanting, it would have been proportionate, because that site is obviously, I mean, looking at the slides, it was obviously bigger than this site, and there is a reason for that, because their export capacity was higher.
I think with previous applications, we've actually limited the maximum capacity of generation in DC. So if we've approved a 50 megawatt solar farm, that's actually been 50 megawatts installed, and not, as in this case, they're seeking to put 50 megawatts, and in fact 50% overplant, 100% overplanting, so 60 megawatts installed, but limited to an actual planning permission limit of 50 megawatts export, but they just happen to be on 30 megawatts at the moment and may possibly go further in the future.
I think the key is, I think we're sort of conflating the two matters. So in terms of the 49.9, That's the limit before it becomes a nationally significant infrastructure project. In terms of the overplanting, the reason it is happening, which the developers explained, is in order to kind of ensure that supply is quite regular and reliable, rather than having that smaller area that's, you know, bang on 30 megawatts.
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure I can add to that specifically. I think we have conditioned applications previously, to my recollection, because as Jasmine said, the second we go over the 47.9, we actually can't determine them. It's a Secretary of State determination through the NSET procedures. So I think they have all been restricted that way. I can't recollect about whether we've further restricted, but we can look into that if members feel strongly that we should. I suppose I would say we're determining the amount of panels we've got before us, and we know what that capacity looks like specifically, and we would be maximising the benefit from them as far as we could and are able to by allowing it to go to 49.9. If we don't think we should, there's a question of should they go through the NSET procedure, or is a lower amount appropriate, and whether the increase is so harmful that you'd have a different opinion on that as we proceed. Thanks.
I don't have an issue with the overplanting, but we don't want to get muddled up between what we've discussed on previous applications and what we're approving now. So we have previously been talking about the installed megawatts P and not in terms of output. And now we're discussing a farm which is actually kind of rated. It's sold to us as a 30 megawatt solar farm, but it's actually a 60 megawatt P. So it's a bigger area than a 30 megawatt maximum output would be. I mean, I fully understand the reason for overplanting. I mean, I've got lots of solar panels myself, so I understand the technology of it. But, yeah.
Thank you. So anyone like to start debating this item? Councillor Hardingham.
Having looked at a number of solar farms in the past and another one that's coming up in the near future, I would say that this comes across as one that is relatively well thought out in terms of the impact on the public, and I rather like the mitigation which has been put in place. It seems to be well separated from most dwellings, and will certainly have less impact on the residents of Palgrave than the one to the east. That's my general feeling about the site. In terms of the hedges either side of the footpath, my personal view, having walked through solar farms without hedges, I would say that I would much prefer a tunnel aspect with hedges either side. I quite like walking through green lanes with hedges either side. Certainly for a couple of 100 metres that wouldn't hurt. And maybe in this case, the applicant could consider planting a hedge on one side, so that in the event the farm were returned to arable use in the future, there would just be one single hedge down the middle of the site, which would give you a 50-odd acre field one side and more the other, and you wouldn't have a dead area in between two hedges in the middle.
Thank you. Interesting, because I also went on the walk with you around the solar farm in the west of the county, and I had a different opinion. I would rather actually see the solar panels than be enclosed in a really high narrow hedge, and that's why I'd be quite keen to see some information boards. But I do think it is a matter of personal opinion. We all have different views about whether we want to walk down a footpath that's completely enclosed in hawthorn bushes and you can't see anything, or whether you actually want to see what the solar panels look like. So I think maybe that is something that really ought to be discussed locally, and I think that the local parishes should have input as to what happens there. I quite like the idea of having a wildlife mini sort of linear meadow. I think that's actually quite a nice idea, but I'm not a local and I don't very often walk that footpath, so my opinion probably doesn't count for much. But I'd also like to echo Councillor Hardingham's comment that I think that the applicant here has done a really good job with their local engagement, and they've put together, I think, quite a well thought out package. And I'd like to compliment that. I think this is a better designed application than we have seen in the past, and it does seem to not have generated as much opposition locally, so I think you've done a good job there. But anyway, we'll wait to see what other people have to say. Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks very much. Yes, I agree with the last two councillors that have spoken. This is well thought out compared to some closer to Ipswich. This is looks like it's going to be nice. I also would rather see the solar panels, to be fair. And like I say, I think the idea of a sort of a wildflower corridor is very nice. I like the idea of sort of some signs about what's going on. So if you were taking children, you could explain and they could read and see what was going on. And yeah, I'd like to propose that we go along with the officer's recommendation. So I'm happy to propose that.
And did you want to include a condition about information panels?
Yes, why not?
If that is something that we can condition. Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Well, I'll second it, actually, if we've got the information panels as well. Anyway, anyone else like to comment? Councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I wanted to thank one of the landowners for coming and talking about the benefits to farms in terms of being financially sustainable, because we do hear a lot about the impact on food production from loss of BMV land, and so it is really is valuable to hear the other side of that. So thank you. And we've obviously heard that there's going to be a significant impact on the landscape, and it's a cumulative impact because we know we're getting more of these projects around us, and some harm to heritage assets. But as a sort of, obviously we've got the plus of the energy, but the other plus potentially is the biodiversity impact. And I know there's lots in the reports, but I was just going to ask if you could remind us how that is monitored. I know that's come up in the past. If one of the pluses for people losing, their lovely views is that actually it's better for wildlife, how is that monitored after 5 years, 10 years, that actually it is doing what it should do?
Do you mean in terms of the biodiversity net gain on the site? Yes. So the biodiversity net gain would be done sort of post permission, and there would be an element of monitoring going forward. Because this isn't the statutory biodiversity net gain, because the application was submitted prior to that being implemented, we'd still require it because it's in the joint local plan. And there would be an element of monitoring that is still required, but it's more flexible, I suppose, in how we negotiate that, as opposed to if it was done by the mandatory element. But it would be monitored.
I was going to, am I allowed to come back? I was going to ask, we have a proposal, whether we could ask that is fed back to the community, because sometimes these reports are just done by professionals and, people don't hear the result. So in terms of people knowing what's happening on the landscape around them, is there a way, I'm not necessarily the detailed ecological report, but feeding back to the parish council, the school?
What we might be able to do, in terms of, because the biodiversity net gain would be a planning condition, that would be publicly available online when they come to provide us with the report. I'm not sure in terms of the monitoring where we would kind of upload that, but it would be publicly accessible, whatever information we get in on that. It would just be a case of kind of sending a consultation possibly to the parish council or notifying them. So I don't think it's impossible, but it's just probably because we haven't done it previously.
What I'm getting at is sort of, there's detailed ecological reports that you don't understand if you're not an ecologist, but the local school or the parish council might like to know we've got 30% more farmland.
Can that go on the information panels?
I was just about to
suggest
that.
Because the information panel can talk about if they're making the linear meadow, about what plants have been you know, what plants are there and have little pictures or whatever of what is there. I mean, that could be incorporated into that. But I do think it would be good not to give them an academic report about what's there, just a sort of, you know, pretty pictures of some orchids or whatever that happens to have been there that wasn't there before might be quite a positive thing to book back to the community.
That's what I'm getting at. It's one of the things that upsets people. It's going to upset the skylarks or the hares or whatever. So if there's information about what is actually happening, it might mitigate some of that distress.
Yes, I mean, if we want to put that in as part of the information board's condition, we can include that detail. That should be fine.
As long as the proposer's happy with more information about the nature recovery as well as the actual energy production. Councillor Matheson.
Yes, thank you. This monitoring thing, I recently read some from other councils elsewhere about monitoring post-implementation more widely. But I mean, who's going to carry out the monitoring of the biodiversity afterwards, and who's going to pay for it?
So our ecology team, because it's not the mandatory stuff is dealt with via our ecology team, and there are fees attached to that in terms of us being able to carry that out. I think because it's the non-mandatory side of things, the onus would be on the applicant probably to fund it, but obviously it would need to be, I suppose, assessed and confirmed by us as the ecology team as a consultee.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm more concerned really with the, you know, in the future of you know, when it is, because the only reason this one is not mandatory is because it's been in the machinery quite a long time, actually, since 23. But yeah, I think it's a bit of an open question about, you know, who's going to do it and pay for it, really. Whether it's really going to happen. But if I could, you know, just to go on to the before we get to a vote on this, I do echo Councillor Weller's point that the local planning authority is pretty nearly powerless. Unfortunately, I'm a veteran of the Somersham solar farm, where I think I proposed refusal on the basis of most versatile land and landscape impact and all the rest of it, and we got severely burnt at the appeal hearing eventually. So I mean, I should reluctantly support this, but the other point that, in fact, that Councillor Weller made about some national coordination so that Mid Suffolk doesn't finish up producing the electricity for half of the nation, which is sort of feel like where it's going sometimes.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Hardingham.
Well, it's just another point on the monitoring, which is, I think in the past we have conditioned a duration for the monitoring, that it be kept up for a given number of years. I think that's been on some previous applications.
That would be part of the biodiversity net gain conditions, so it would be embedded as a specific criteria anyway.
Councillor Morgan?
Yes, I would like to highlight a point specifically, how refreshing it is to see such a sympathetic and considerate application, particularly using an inconsistent yield area from the farmer's point of view, as we've heard from his mouth, and making the farm more productive so that future generations can continue farming.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to contribute to the debate or make any further comments? We have got an additional condition, so I'm going to ask the Senior Planning Officer to just read out what it is we're going to be voting on before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chair. So you're looking at approval as recommendation on pages 58 to 59, and the additional condition is for information panels, which are to be agreed.
And we need to include the fencing.
Sorry, Jasmine, the fencing...
Expand, so slide
Sorry, Chair. Fine. Sorry, I think we've resolved that.
I couldn't find the fencing on the late papers, but there is something about fencing, isn't there?
Yeah, there is something about fencing. We've already got a bullet point that covers it, and Jasmine can use that to expand on her requirements for that condition without sort of adding another condition per se, I think is what we just concluded on. So sorry about that delay. So yeah, just the additional condition for information panels to be agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Broken, did you want to make a comment?
I can't quite remember if it came up as a condition, but we had some discussion about whether to have a hedge on one side, and your point that we needed to go back to the parishes basically to ask if that's what they wanted or not.
Is there any negotiation on the boundary treatment of the footpath and whether that can be subject to community engagement or something? I'm not on thing. Might do, I don't know, but
I think you probably have to determine what's in front of you at this stage, Chair.
Yeah, I think we've got the linear wildlife belt either side of the footpath because that's what's on the plans. So that is what we're voting on. Yeah, does everyone know what we're going to vote with a show of hands? So who is in favour of the application? Who's in favour of the proposal, including all the conditions?
Thank you, members. Chair, that's unanimous. That's
Yeah,
great.
that looks like everybody. Well done. So thank you for that. And I suggest we take a five-minute break so that people can move in and out of the seats. And so can we be back at 14:40? Thank you. We're now going to move to item 7C, DC 230599, land south of Airfield and north of Castleton Way, and Councillor Elkin has moved over to speak as a ward member. She will not be participating in the debate or vote on this item. I will now invite Dan Cameron to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for reserved matters for details of appearance, layout, scale and landscaping for 127 dwellings, including 25 affordable dwellings. Let's just keep going. Yeah, there we go. So the red line site plan, you'll see the blue line extending off to the west of the site. This represents the phase 1 development, which constitutes 138 dwellings. If we come slightly onto the aerial, you'll be able to see the beginnings of phase 1. Members who attended the site visit will have walked through this part of the site. The aerial's a little bit older than what we saw on site members, so development's more well established. It's sort of almost around this central point here, looking to fill out. We've got the rest of Eye down Victoria Hill, down towards the centre of Eye, and we've got the estates, Millfield, Haygate, Gay Crescent, to the immediate south, and you've got part of the edge of Eye Airfield just on that aerial. If we come slightly further out, you can get an appreciation for the site more widely. We have the rest of Eye to the south, and then we've got the airfield with the Yaxley off on the other side of the A140. This image shows the constraints of the site. So we've got the settlement boundary for Eye in brown. We've got a few public rights of way. We've got one that comes up the side of the allotments through phase 1, joining up to public rights of way to the north of the airfield. And we've got one that comes from Victoria Hill, comes around part of the phase 2 development before joining up with footpaths to the north. We've got a small number of listed buildings. They're a little bit difficult to see, but for members there's one here and here. They're all listed at grade 2. And as we come down Victoria Hill, there's this area of purple shading. That's the edge of the Eye conservation area, and there's also a grade 2 listed building within there as well. The scheme will form part of a master plan. So under outline, we had 3 parcel 13s, a parcel 14 and parcel 15 up to the north. Outline was set for 280 dwellings and a 60-bed care home. So part 1, which came forward, comprised parcels 13A, 13B and part of 13C. Phase 2 that we've got before us forms the rest of 13C and parcel 14. Parcel 15 was dealt with under a separate application for reserved matters in 2022. If we move forward again, here's the master plan, but without the parcelled areas. We've got the run of development largely following the master plan. And you'll see when we come to the phase 2 submission how that has differed from the outline to now. Obviously the master plan approved outline is illustrative only. It's not a reflection of the final development, but when we look to the site layout, here we have the remainder of parcel 13C, and then we have parcel 14 up here. In terms of connection points, the Victoria Hill connection point was approved as part of phase 1. There is a second connection point up to Langton Grove to form part of the phase 2 works. Persimmon are content to deliver the access on their land within the red line site, but it is contingent on the neighbouring landowner continuing the access point through on their land. If we have a quick look at the character areas, this dark green is the Victoria Hill Greenway, so this is development fronting onto this Victoria Hill access here. The lighter green form the Green Edge character area, and then these darker brown tan areas are neighbour to housing, and the form of the different character areas is set out for you in the officer's report. In terms of the approach of design within the character areas, I've got a number of units which act as good exemplars within the character area in terms of format of built form, and then we'll go through. I've got one house type that appears in all three character areas, and you can see how the various changes interact, because the main features of the house type won't change in terms of window placement, door placement. So this is one of the render properties on the Victoria Hill. We've got additional door casing, we've got additional window glazing details, brick plinth, dual frontage with 2 bays, and then brick arches over the windows. This is part of the Green Edge. This forms one of the terraced units within the site. This uses a greater degree of brick in terms of red brick and also a red multi-brick. But we've got string courses and courses above the plinth to add extra visual interest. We've got additional window glazing detail, or different from that, in the Victoria Hill Greenway. And we have more elaborate doorway, so flat canopies, but also surrounds and corbels within that as well. And we've got arch brick headers to windows. And then if we come to the neighbourhood area, so this is a greater preponderance of brick, pan tile. We've got slightly simpler brick headers. They're not arch, they're not splayed. We have reduced glazing detail, and we have flat canopies to doors. And then if we come through, this is the Barnwood house type. It's a 2-storey house type, and it's used throughout all 3 character areas. So we've got the string courses, we've got the simplified headers, we've got the more elaborate door surrounds. Then if we have a look, this would be the same house type within the same character area, but finished with render. So we've got slightly simpler arches over windows. We obviously lose the brick string course detailing because it'll be set behind render. This is then it updated into the Green Edge. So the brick details return. We've got the more elaborate door canopies, and we've got the arch headers. And then this is the same within the same character area, finished in render. So we keep the window surrounds, we keep the glazing details, but finished in render, and again we lose the brick detailing. And then this finally is the same house type within the neighbourhood area. Simpler doors, simpler windows, simpler brick surrounds. In terms of the materials plan, it tends to be a mix of brick and render. In terms of comparison to phase 1, we have about 30 dwellings of the 138 in phase 1 that are finished in render. We have 15 in phase 2 that are finished in render. We also have use of salmon pink render and blue render in phase 1. During phase 1, amendments were made as the pink render and the blue render were increasingly hard for Persimmon to get hold of, so we've had changes to white and cream, and then that's continued within phase 2. If we come to building heights, I'll quickly run through this for members. In terms of purple, that denotes a single-storey dwelling. So we've got bungalows at this edge here along Victoria Hill, and we've got one isolated bungalow further within the development here. Anything red is 2.5 stories in height. So we have a few within this entrance of parcel 13C, and then again becoming more sporadic. So we've got a greater use of 2-storey within parcel 14. And then I've got the distribution there for you as well, members. In terms of housing mix, the mix breaks down to a total of 34 two-bed, 33 three-bed, 44 bed and 25 beds to give the 127, and of that 14 for the 14 affordables are 2-bed, 6 are 3-bed and 5 are 4-bed. And in terms of the affordable breakdown, 13 are affordable rented, 10 are shared ownership and 2 are offered for discount market sale. In total across phase 2 we've got 16 bungalows being offered. If we come to the parking strategy, Persimmon have over-provided against the minimum parking standards set out by Suffolk County Council. So we have 259 allocated spaces and 56 spaces allocated in garages. There are then 63 over-provisioned spaces, most of which are provided within garages behind 2 tandem parking spaces. We have 39 visit spaces, 127 cycle spaces delivered in sheds which are delivered to each property, and we have electric vehicle charging points delivered to all dwellings. And I think while we're on electric vehicle charging points, it's worth noting that 100% of the dwellings in phase 2 are offered with air source heat pumps, whereas phase 1 was offered with gas boilers. We've also got a plan of M42 compliance, so members' policies for 50% of the dwellings to be M42 compliant, so that is that they are accessible and adaptable for wheelchair users and disabled users. We don't have any instances of a higher level of compliance for part M43, but in terms of delivery of the units, and especially in terms of delivery of the affordable units, that's possibly a greater return. In terms of the M42 means that the registered provider could make the necessary changes internally themselves, depending on what their need is at any given time. We haven't had any comments back from Strategic Housing to indicate that there is a need for an M43 compliant dwelling in this location. In terms of the landscaping, we've got delivery of 2 suds basins within phase 2, one immediately to the north of the Victoria Hill Greenway, and one off to the side here. Members who attended the site visit will remember we saw the hedgerow round the edge of the existing field that formed parcel 14, and this is retained, and this area within parcel 14 is also retained and to be left as a wilded area. The rest of the phase 2 landscaping ties into the delivery of phase 1. Across phase 2 we've got I think 3.7 hectares of open space. Phase 1 delivered the majority in terms of about 6.9 hectares of open space. So in total across phases 1 and 2 we've got delivery of over 10 hectares of open space within I. If members look at the tabled papers, the image that Persimmon refer to, they know that this area here is being delivered as a pocket park. And I've got image of phase 1 and phase 2, and I'll point out the other pocket parks within phase 1 so members can see that, because I appreciate that the email from Persimmon circulated within table papers is in grayscale, so actually when you're trying to discern what is a red circle, what's a blue circle, what's a brown circle, doesn't really help. So here we go. So here's phase 1 in context with phase 2. So in terms of the pocket parks, Persimmon have identified this aspect here as one of the pocket parks being delivered, and this aspect here as the other, also being delivered within phase 1. And then they highlight this area here that they identify as a pocket park within phase 2. You'll see on the plans that there are 4 circles within the master plan. The pertinent point to note is that the 4th pocket park lies within parcel 15 and therefore not within the scope of Persimmon to deliver within this reserved matters. We've also been given these 3D images within the site, so you can see the house types within context. This is taken from the point of view of the second suds basin here, and it's looking onto these dwellings here. And then if we come forward, this is plots 31 to 34, and I think is seen along an aspect of the Greenway. You'll note from the report there are a number of issues related to amenity, and in particular with the relationship between the proposed Phase 2 development and existing neighbours to the proposed Phase 2 development. Persimmon have provided a number of sectional drawings through the scheme to denote the back-to-back or side-to-back relationship along this point. So first we have this section labelled AA, which runs through plot 14 and comes to the back of existing development on Victoria Hill. Plot 14 is a bungalow and is between 31 and 35 metres depending on orientation, and I'll show this in a moment as well for you members, from the nearest dwelling on Victoria Hill here. In terms of this section, plot 17 is a two-storey building. It's further up Victoria Hill here, and that denotes a greater separation distance there to the neighbour. If we come here, 13, 14, so we've got the neighbouring dwellings existing on Victoria Hill. This is a modern development. We've got between 26 and 32 metres at plot 13, and we've got between 31 and 35 metres depending on which corner you measure to and from. We also draw attention to plots 21 and 22 in the report. In terms of plot 22, that is a two-storey dwelling with a separation distance of 42 metres to the back of the existing development on Victoria Hill. In terms of plot 21, it is a bungalow. There is a 1.8 metre close boarded fence on its boundary, and it is acceptable distance away of about 35 metres. If we come further up through the plot, this is plot 60, and it's located close to the boundary of 33 Victoria Hill. It's a 2.5-storey building, although it is noted that no windows are given on this gable end, given its sensitivities. It is 27 metres to 33 Victoria Hill, and when measured to the edge of the outbuilding, 13 metres. If we come slightly further up, and members will recall from the site visit, this was probably one of the nearest relationships to the existing built form, and Persimmon pegged out the edge of the dwelling for us on site. This is plot 69. It's a 2-storey dwelling. Again, other than a ground floor, no side windows are given in this 2nd-storey gable end, and that is around 15 metres to the adjacent dwelling here. And then if we come slightly further up again to plot 76, in terms of the relationship to the neighbour, we've got a 2-storey dwelling, no gable windows to the end, 23 metres to the neighbouring property. I'll quickly walk members through the site photos, although I'm sure the site is fresh for members. There aren't any internal images from parcels 13C, because Persimmon are actively working on that part of the site and it's not safe to access. Here's the access point to the site, and we've got the use of the salmon render you'll see on the far left-hand side of the image. Coming round inside of the site, these are red brick dwellings. You'll note the door cases and the window glazing. This is immediately adjacent to the archaeological site on phase 1, so we have no development going on there, and we've just got minimal shrub planting on there, given the sensitivity of archaeology beneath that part of the site. This is that same corner of development seen from further away up the site. So we've got the top end of the archaeological site at this point. This is part of Cunningham Drive. Within the interior of the site, you'll note that within phase 1 we have use of these coins to frame windows and to frame the edges of built form. We don't have that within phase 2. This is the first pocket park within phase 1 that's currently being built out and planted. And then this is the access into phase 1, the active part of the site. You'll see the rooftops in the distance, members. That is the development along Victoria Hill, the existing properties on Victoria Hill. And then this is edge of phase 2, looking back into the built form on phase 1. This is part of the open space down towards the sub-basins within phase 1, and this is the back of the Haygate development. And then here we are, this is parcel 14. So this is within parcel 14, looking back towards phase 1 at the edge of the buildings on the horizon there. And then this is the view from phase 2 towards plot 69, and this is roughly the point that Persimmon had pegged out as the edge of built form towards plot 69. And then this is the view from phase 2 towards parcel 15. So we have these retained trees not within Persimmon site, and the cut through to Langton Grove will be up on this boundary, members. I do have the house types, but I won't subject members to a further 60 frames. What I will do is just, for clarity, run through table papers and late papers. So within table papers, there is a response to the place services, landscaping comments. Persimmon have provided an updated enclosures plan to match that. I think there might be some late elements of changes to planting, so it's felt that the notwithstanding condition should be retained on that point. We've also got an update with regards to condition 18, and that response from the Environment Agency is your late paper in front of you, and effectively the Environment Agency have considered the updated information provided by Persimmon and have removed their holding objection. So if members were minded to approve the development today, condition 18 would not need to be delegated to officers to deal with as a technical detail. It could be approved as well. Officers have noted the Biodiversity and Trees SPD and the Housing SPD, which were adopted and should have been referenced within the report for members. In terms of the Housing SPD, the Strategic Housing Team's comments were made using the SPD, so it's not felt that any points were missed from the Housing SPD. And in terms of the Biodiversity and Trees SPD, it's considered that Place Services confirmed that the site will be built out in line with the required ecological mitigation and enhancement, which is what that SPD would require as well. The rest of the table papers just briefly goes through the comments from Persimmon that were provided via update to you, and obviously you've got 2 copies of that, one with the images and one without. And then just finally, in terms of a verbal response, in terms of additional responses to the application, officers note 4 responses, but all from the same recipient, so it's 1 objection, but it's 1 large objection, and they note issues with the boundary gap. Members will see from the report that at outline stage, discussions with Pegasus at outline noted 80 metres or 36 metre back-to-back distances for existing properties. Issues been raised with existing and proposed levels within the site, although officers consider that those are reasonable and have been addressed. Issues raised with flood risk, particularly to Victoria Hill, although with issues of drainage, the drainage scheme was sufficient at outline stage, and the lead local flood authority has confirmed that those details remain acceptable for both for phase 1 and for phase 2, such that the surface water scheme will result in greenfield runoff rate. In terms of housing mix, there is criticism again of the proposed housing mix, although that is addressed within the report, with officers feeling that realistically if we were to try insisting on mix, it might be beyond the scope of our ability to influence with the reserve matters application, and that we possibly should have conditioned that at outline stage. Issue is drawn again to parking and the use of tandem parking in front of garages, and then issue is also raised with regards to pocket parks and the absence of them within phase 2, although members will note that from the late papers Persimmon have identified this area as delivery of an additional pocket park within parcel 14. I'll turn over to members for questions that arise from the report, and I'll try and answer any of those off as fully as I can.
Thank you. Councillor Hellingham.
Yeah, I've got several questions. Some are easier than others. So, are pocket parks just teeny parks?
Pretty much. It's a more formal element of landscaping. Within phase 1, there is a large equipped area for play, and that is very close in proximity to all the phase 2 development. But yeah, the pocket parks are just sort of a more formal element of landscaping within the scheme.
And is the exit or whatever there is at the top, at the north end of the development, is that the emergency exit?
No, so the Victoria Hill exit.
I know
is
there's
the
one that's for pedestrians.
So at outline stage, only 15 units could be served from Langton, the access from Langton Grove, and the care home is to be part of parcel 15 as well. All the 165 units that the Persimmon are building are all accessed from the Castleton Way roundabout, although there is an emergency vehicle access at the Greenway to Victoria Hill. So between 31 and 33 Victoria Hill, there's...
Can you point that out on the map? So it's going to be wide enough for a vehicle?
It's going to be wide enough for an emergency vehicle. Yeah, this one should do. So this is the emergency access. So that'll have a bollard that's able to raise and lower if an emergency vehicle needs to make access or quicker access to the site than from using Castleton Way. This access here is pedestrian cycle link only. It's not intended for cars, and it's proposed to be bollarded to prevent any vehicles making access through.
And I've got one very quick one. It's about all the triple parking. I know that they've come back saying that it's all extra parking, but could you just, is there any dots or anything you can put to see where all the triple parking is?
No, sure.
And how much is it really extra parking, or how much is it they should have?
So in terms of, to meet parking standards, Persimmon will need to deliver 314 parking spaces based on the finalised mix and 32 visitor spaces. So we've got an additional 32, we've got 32 as per minimum requirement, 39 delivered on site. So we've got an additional 7 in terms of visitor spaces. In terms of parking strategy, we have 259 allocated spaces, 56 allocated in garages that need to be delivered to make your 314. 63 are then delivered as garages behind tandem parking. So that's over provision based on the...
You've still got double parking and then a garage?
You'd have double parking and then a garage. In discussing with the ward member the other day, I did go back and have a look at phase 1, and if we take double parking in front of a over allocation garage, there are 68 instances of that being used in phase 1.
Okay, thank you.
So we've got 63 here.
Is that it from you? Any further questions? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I was very disconcerted by paragraph 5.6, the legal opinion from the applicant, because it seems to say that the council that housing needs studies and the wider survey
Is this a question?
Oh, absolutely. It seems to be saying that these things are cannot be used and can be overridden. And so I'd really like to know, because it does say here that at the time of writing, the council's legal representatives have not reviewed the legal opinion, and therefore officers are not giving undue weight to this content. Now, a lot of the criticism hinges on that. So, what's our view about it, please?
Can I refer that to our legal representative?
Indeed, yes, Chair and Councillor Matheson. The council, as it says here, the council has this issue has arisen before. You won't be surprised to know, and it arose before, indeed, in respect of earlier stages of the developments. And, yeah. Sorry. Can I be heard now? Hopefully. This issue has arisen before, not surprisingly, has arisen before in respect of this development. Legal advice has been given before, and it remains consistent that when we have we sometimes have full permissions where every detail is in the one permission. Then other times, like here, we have an outline, and indeed we may have phasing as here, and then reserved matters. And having looked at the matters that were drawn to our attention, having looked at the legal comments made by the developers' lawyers, the position of the council remains the same. That advice we've given in the past is, we believe, correct and up to date. That the specifics of a housing mix, I'm interpreting that to mean the number of bedrooms. That is, if that is going to be secured by condition in a matter of this nature, the condition needs to occur at an outline stage. I know that's not a palatable conclusion to some people who are commenting on that, but reserved matters, that there is the well-known list that your experienced members of this committee will be familiar with, of size, layout, appearance, landscaping, and access, though access is often dealt with as outline stage for obvious reasons. And I think the point's been made by planning inspectors who had to consider this issue before, and once by the High Court in a permission hearing that we found that has been drawn to our attention, that size, obviously, stating the obvious to say that size, which is a reserved matter, bears some relation to the number of bedrooms, but it's not a straightforward correlation. So size, if we have an outline permission for 100 houses, let's talk hypothetically, not just about this one, the council has acknowledged at outline stage that 100 houses can go on a site. Then you have to look at reserved matter stage, scale, layout, landscaping, etc., appearance. And the council might say, well, I'm sorry, you can't have that layout because there's too many houses there where there's a heritage asset, or where there's some sensitivity, or there's an ecological consideration, or you can't have that layout, or you can't have a house of that scale, i.e. size, height, width, because it will interfere. But it is that is as far as it goes, and we believe that is the correct legal position.
That's an answer, but
not very clear. Thank you.
I think basically there wasn't a housing mix condition placed on the outline permission, so we are where we are, and this is what we've got. If I've summarised that correctly.
To what degree can we take it as a material consideration that what's proposed now? I mean,
Can I have a comment from the officers?
Really understand.
So in terms of the reserved matters before us, access was dealt with at outline, so we can't have regard to matters of access, but we can have regard to matters of landscaping, appearance, layout.
He just wants to know about the housing mix.
So in terms of housing mix should have been secured at outline stage. So if we wanted to deal with mix at successive reserved matter stages, we should have conditioned the outline appropriately to allow us to do that. We haven't done that. So, I mean, to quote the chairman, we are where we are in terms of mix. Now, the matters open to members to look at are appearance, scale, layout, and landscaping. So if you were looking to criticise the development, we need to broadly be in line with those 4 areas.
Councillor Marriott.
Hello, just above the area that John Madison was referring to. I'm not happy. I'm talking about the I Council neighbourhood plan and the reference to the number of larger houses with more bedrooms. Apparently, the original housing needs survey is in 2018, I think 2018, and it's saying here on page 81 that there's been a further one in 2023, but that currently remains in draft, and that is suggesting, but we shouldn't give any weight to it, but it's nevertheless mentioned that is suggesting that there's more need for 3 to 4 bedroomed houses, and that's sort of presented as sort of giving more weight to, although not official weight obviously, to the assertion by Persimmon that in fact there is more need for 3 to 4 bedroom houses, or for 4 bedroom houses particularly, because of since COVID more people are working from home and using that extra bedroom to work for.
Do you have a question?
The question really is really, should we be sort of referring to this, as it's not to be given any weight, should we be referring to this latest I survey, which seems to back up what Persimmon are saying?
So my understanding is the 2023 Housing Needs Survey hasn't been published in any form. It's in draft, but we've not been made aware of the content of the draft. In terms of our own SHMA, so our strategic housing market assessment, district-wide rather than as granular and focused as the local housing needs survey would be, in terms of our consultation with strategic housing, they're accepting of the mix. And I think in paragraph 5.7 of the officer's report, it does note that the proposed mix is probably more commercially led, having regard to the applicant's market research, but to that same degree, it's the developer's risk if the properties don't sell efficiently, if they've miscalculated how the market will respond to the mix, then that's their risk as the developer. They would still be bound by the conditions of the outline and the reserved matters, and they would still be bound by the Section 106 and the relevant trigger points within that. So in terms of sort of the officer's recommendation on the balance of probability and notwithstanding the tension with the I neighbourhood plan, we feel the mix can be accepted, given that we don't have the conditions from the outline to impose a more stringent mix at this point.
Do you want to come back?
No, I'm just sort of really objecting to the way this is presented here. Really, I think it's misleading. You're saying at one stage there's no weight to what the I Council's 2023 report, and at the same time referring to it, and in support of what the Simmons say about the need for more houses with more bedrooms.
Gemma, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I appreciate there's a very delicate balance between us putting something in the report and then saying, but you can't give any weight. But we often do refer to a direction of travel when we are in a changing scenario, when we've got maybe a slightly outdated report, is trying to say, should we follow the advice we've got, or is there a case, should we consider whether circumstances have changed in the meantime? And I think the information that Dan is saying is from that update, from Persimmon's advice, there is a changing scenario that we ought to consider whether that is acceptable in these circumstances. So it's an overall picture rather than anything. So it's just us trying to expand that picture. Nonetheless, I'm going to go back to Ian's advice, which is we are only thinking about the mix on a very limited basis of, is the scale of it okay, is the layout of it okay, is the landscaping of it okay. So it is a very nuanced position, all of that, with all of that legal advice in the background as well, but hopefully that explains a little bit further. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to come back again?
Quickly, I would just sort of say, was there much evidence for Persimmon's contention that, and obviously some people are staying at home and since COVID, and more people have worked at home, but you know, did they sort of provide any evidence to support that?
In terms of their sales information for phase one, that certainly seemed to be a reflection of a desire for more bedrooms. So where they would normally see buyers come in and look at a 2-bed property, they were seeing buyers come in and look at a 3-bed property instead, with the intention to use one for working at home. And I think if we think about sort of our experience in the council, since COVID, we've halved the amount of office space we have in this building, and there is a greater reliance on officers working from home in order to see that the council's day-to-day needs are met and achieved while using a smaller office space. So I think that is fairly reflective of our experience, certainly post-COVID, and it seems to be borne out by the information that Persimmon was able to deliver within the application.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
I think this is possibly related. Could you expand a little for clarity on paragraph 14.5, where the phrase I'm looking at is, phase 2 suggests that phase 2 is of an overall lower quality than phase 1, with a lack of solar PV, triplex parking and more generic housing offer. You've identified a tension, according to this, but it's not fatal to the application, but we are looking at appearances here, aren't we?
You are, and that is your officer's recommendation. Whether members as the decision maker are of the same mind is for you to answer in debate. In terms of the specific paragraph, where we're talking about the design feeling like a lower quality than phase 1, lack of solar PV, triplex parking and generic housing offers, those are reflective of the comments we've had made in representation to the application. They're not necessarily the opinion of officers. I think when we look at the design between phase 1 and phase 2, we carry through some of the same design features from phase 1 to phase 2, but phase 2 was always supposed to be located closer to the edge of eye, and it was always intended to change the character areas as set out in phase 1. So phase 1 would feel slightly different to phase 2, but they should all feel cohesive. As a whole, we've got use of similar house types in phase 1 to phase 2. We don't have delivery of solar PV as standard within phase 2, but we didn't get it in phase 1 either. Phase 2 is 100% air source heat pump. And the other point to note is that with regards to the house types that Persimmon now use within phase 2, they are now built to reflect the Part L building standards and deliver carbon reductions in excess of what Part L is required to make. In terms of solar PV, Persimmon do offer that as an option to customers should they want it, and they also offer it to their registered providers when they're taking on the affordable housing and the shared ownership properties within site. From the site visit, there were a number of properties on that main road through the site that had chosen to exercise that additional solar PV option. So that's being offered again for phase 2, although it remains to be seen what the level of take-up on that would be.
Thank you. Any further questions? I'm sorry, I can't find the page in the papers, probably because I read it on mod.gov and I can't get in there anymore. I think I read somewhere that there are 126 cycle parking spaces and 127 dwellings. So is there one dwelling that hasn't got one?
No, it's 127, so it's a one for one basis. So every dwelling on phase 2 is provided with a shed which can provide secure, lockable cycle parking. But then those 63 properties that have another provision of garage could use the garage as well if they wanted.
But they've got a shed as well as the
Yes.
garage. Right, thank you. Any further questions of the officer? Councillor Matheson.
Where we were listing out the relevant policies and so on. There's a reference to an development brief by Pegasus in October 2019, and also the Suffolk Preservation Society response refers to the Airfield Development Brief 2015, and the latter one, I have to say, I do firmly recall adopting as a member.
In terms of the 2015 development brief, that was used as part of the outline to guide the outline development. In terms of the 2019 update, I would need to review that.
I think the issue really seems to be that as to whether we are departing from it. I think that's the suggestion, if I remember correctly, from Suffolk Preservation Society. We're departing from that development brief. So yes, it rightly informs the outline.
So the Suffolk
should we be looking at it now?
So the Suffolk Preservation Society comments only reference the Airfield Development Brief 2015.
Yeah.
So I'm not aware of a 2019 document, because that would have formed part of the consideration of the first reserved matters under DC 21000609.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
So I accept that members probably did accept the 2015 design master plan, a development brief, because that was then used to inform the master plan that came forward under the 2015 outline application. But I'm not aware of an update in 2019.
I only remember adopting one development brief, not two, so maybe there was only one.
I've asked my colleague to look into the 2019
okay.
one.
Maybe we'll get an answer later on about that.
Come back in questions.
Are there any further questions at this stage? I'm sure we'll come back with more questions after we've had the public speakers. Right, so we'll now move on to the public speakers. And we have, from the Parish Council, we have Tony Brandon. So you'll have your 3 minutes. I will start the timer when you start talking. Thank you.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to state that at no time has Town Council been happy, content, otherwise approving of this application in its entirety, despite what has been said in the Design and Access Statement and the Addendum of March 2025. ETC wants to make it clear that it does not support the inclusion of statements and formal documents that misrepresent its intentions and its positions. I moved to I in 2014, and I remember very well in 2015 when all the plans were going up around I and people were discussing it. We were aware that it was indicative, but we were concerned over the infrastructure, flooding sewer lines on Victoria Hill, open spaces, and affordably priced housing. The people of I put in their opinion, accepted the necessity of the estate, and still do accept that it needs to be built and people need places to live. I would like to say that the definition of indicative is being or relating to a sign that something exists, is true, or is likely to happen. Town Council argues that Phase 2 is so far removed from the original indicative plan that the definition doesn't hold. Not everything that is indicative or labeled as illustrative can be ignored. We urge the committee to reread the development brief and master plan that was supported the Section 106 legal agreement and the letter from Sophie Payne setting out what we consider several non-movable goalposts. The housing mix is important to I. We are not particularly happy with the disingenuous action of changing a three-bedroom house to a two-bed with a study. This does not compensate for the loss of genuine two-bed, affordably priced houses. The government has made it clear that there should be greater availability of lower-cost homes. This application ignores the government's intentions, and if passed in its present form, will result in Mid Suffolk, and no doubt having to allocate even more land for development to redress the housing mix. The addition of larger dwellings also impacts the density of the site, particularly up in section 14. I wasn't going to mention plot 69 specifically, but I will. This originally had a bungalow behind it. It now has a two-story house. The existing houses that are right next to plot 69 were told that they could not, by MSDC planning officers, that they could not be any more than 7.5 meters height to the pitch of the roof. The houses that are going to be built next to them can be up to 9 meters high. This is going to block out a lot of sunlight coming from the west into the very small gardens of the houses already built. I have severe parking issues, and triplex parking is going to add to the severity of the problem. There are triplex parking on what we seem to be 62 plots. This is, experience shows that tandem row parking just doesn't work. Most of us have experienced it and we don't like it. You have to get your partner to move your car or something along those lines. There's very little storage in these houses.
Are you almost at the end?
Okay.
Because you're 3 minutes.
All the above mentioned are issues that can be redressed by the applicant, and I-Town Council respectfully asks for a deferment of decision until this occurs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Parish Council representative? Councillor Matheson.
Well, I think we definitely need to know which particular paragraphs are misrepresenting what the Town Council has said. Whether you can refer us to some pages and things to help with that.
Is that on page 65, where we have a summary of our Town Council's response? Can you look at page 65 of the papers, where we have a summary of, well, I'm assuming it's a summary of I-Town Council's comments. Is that where the misrepresentation is occurring?
Chair, I think we might...
Misrepresentation of what?
You mentioned that they...
Can the officers come in and help?
I'm talking about the two-bedroom, what is now labelled as a two-bedroom home with a study. Is that what you're talking about?
I believe
I think the planning officer is going to come in.
I believe it's some comments in the applicant's design and access statement that may refer to previous discussions with the Town Council, and it was, so it doesn't form part of the committee report.
It's not in our Mid Suffolk report, it's in the applicant's design and access statement. That's where you're saying there are errors.
Statement and the addendum from March 25 that the previous council have been happy with it. And just because somebody says, I like your kitchen cupboards, does not mean that the I-Town Council approves of the application.
Well, so I thought you said there was errors in the report, but if there's errors in the design and access statement that was written by the applicant, I think that's what...
Yeah, no, we have written to the applicant and said that we are not happy with the inclusion of these statements.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to come back again, Avril, on anything? Any further questions of the Parish Council? Move on to some objectors.
There's only the one, Chair.
Oh, there's only one. Sorry.
Richard Berry.
Right, sorry, on my list it's got two names. We just have a Richard Berry. So you will have your 3 minutes. If you want to press the button on the microphone, and I'll turn the timer over when you start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Richard Berry, and I'm a member of the Neighbourhood Plan Review Group and a former chair of planning for I-Town Council. I presented to councillors at the committee meeting on the 9th of February 2022 when reserve matters approval was given to 138 homes on this site, which has been referred to by the planning officer. During the debate, councillors were critical of the dwelling mix. in that phase 1 contained too many large homes and that policy I3 of the I Neighbourhood Plan had been ignored. Our contention is that the I Neighbourhood Plan should be given significant weight in the determination of dwelling mixes. The approval for phase 1 was accompanied by a note with a clear expectation that a rebalancing of the mix would be considered in a future phase. Our view is that it has not adequately been addressed in this application. The I Neighbourhood Plan is at the start of a revision process in conjunction with officers from MSDC. It is likely that the relevant policy for dwelling mix, which is policy I3, will be revised, but our contention is the applicant has leapt to a conclusion in advance of a review which suits only its commercial interests. Whatever revision is made, it is highly unlikely that any significant development would ever comprise over 50% of 4 to 5 bed homes as this one does. As a fact, there are no 1 bed homes on either phase, and the need for this has been raised with iTown Council locally, and whilst not yet incorporated into formal research, will form part of the I Neighbourhood Plan review. The dwelling mix pitched as it is a driver for aspects of bad design. Greater weight should be given to the community section response, in our opinion. This correctly cites over 60 instances of triplex parking, as has been mentioned, albeit off shared roads, but still not acceptable from a point of good design, in our opinion. Larger homes bring more people, and again we ask that the community's comments on increased pressure of services and local infrastructure be given significant weight. iTown Council recognises that some improvements have been made to boundary treatment, but this has not been equally applied across the phase and remains a major issue to some neighbours. Of the around 60 objections in total, I must point out that there is not one which objects to the scheme as a whole. The community and I has accepted the principle of neighbourhood planning that development will happen in significant amounts in I, but in locations as agreed in a referendum and to a good quality standard. Phase 1 attracted no objections and was supported by iTown Council. There is a perception of public confidence that standards may be dropping between phases.
Are you almost at the
I
end?
have 2 sentences,
All
Chair.
right, I'll let you do the 2 sentences.
Thank you. If permission is given today to proceed as tabled, any opportunity to secure future improvements as part of the I Neighbourhood Plan review process will be lost, and in any event, exceptional reasons would be needed to ignore the policies of the I Neighbourhood Plan anyway. I conclude by asking the committee to defer the application, which we feel is not ready to proceed, so that improvements, mainly in the overall dwelling mix to mirror community needs, can be sought. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Any questions for the objector? Thank you. And now I move... Sorry, there is a question. Councillor Matthews.
Sorry, no, I wanted to ask the officers if the outline with the mix, unfortunately, in it was actually adopted or passed before the iTown plan was the neighbourhood plan was actually adopted.
So the outline was 2018. I neighbourhood plan. 2020. Is it 2020 or is it early?
Sorry, I'm looking at the referendum version myself.
I think the objector actually can say when the I Neighbourhood Plan was adopted.
Formal adoption.
Sorry, Joe, I have it in front of me, actually, that the adoption of the neighbourhood plan in a referendum was actually delayed by the pandemic. So I could understand why you've made that grimace, because I've done it many times too. The outline planning consent preceded the neighbourhood plan, but we say that the policies in the neighbourhood plan should now be given significant weight because it has been formally adopted in a referendum.
Thank you. So the date of adoption of the neighbourhood plan was after the granting of the outline. That's the answer to your question, isn't it, Councillor Matheson? Any further questions? Thank you. So we don't have a supporter. We have the applicant, Stuart McAdam. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. I'm Stuart McAdam, Head of Planning for Persimmon Homes, Suffolk. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. My colleague here, Gary Lee, is here to answer technical details. He's the Technical Director for the Suffolk office. Persimmon has worked closely with your planning officers and members of iTown Council through a series of meetings both prior to and following submission of this reserved matters application in December 2023 to seek to address concerns raised. I'd like to set out some of the key benefits from the development, which can be summarised as follows. A high-quality design providing 127 dwellings, including 25 affordable units, to assist the council in meeting its housing requirements. The provision of a range of dwelling types, including 16 bungalows, and sizes and tenures offering an accessible and acceptable choice of lifestyles to reflect current market conditions. The creation of an integrated and sustainable residential community with a sensitive relationship to our adjoining Castleton Grange, Phase 1 and neighbouring properties. Delivery of 3.7 hectares of new open spaces, incorporating play provision for the benefit of new and existing residents in the area. New pedestrian and cycle routes through the development to complement existing routes and provide sustainable transport choices. The creation of a strong landscape structure focused around retained vegetation, incorporating open areas planted out with wildflower, trees and shrubs, and importantly achieving 10% on-site biodiversity enhancements. Parking is in accordance with the Suffolk County Council parking standards, and visitor parking is in excess of the Highways guidance. Turning to the development's green credentials, a key benefit is that all dwellings will incorporate air source heat pumps, along with a combination of sustainable building techniques and other measures, including a sustainable urban drainage scheme incorporating infiltration basins, permeable pavings, swales and rain gardens. EV charging points installed of all plots. An option for PV panels to be incorporated at point of sale. Water butts for every house. The proposed housing mix reflects current market demand in the area and provides flexible accommodation to allow for additional space for the demands of working from home. All technical matters which have arisen as part of the planning application have been addressed, and there are no objections or outstanding comments awaited from any statutory consultee in this regard. The proposals before you follow detailed discussions and negotiation with your officers to secure an excellent development, and will continue to work closely with the District and Town Council to ensure that this development is delivered in compliance with all relevant planning policies and that disruption to residents is kept to a minimum. Thank you for your time in considering the application, which we respectfully request you approve as set out in your officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Haddingham.
Thanks. I don't know really if it's for you guys or for Dan, but one thing that the iTown Council was concerned about was the natural ponds that are already on the site, which they say appear to be abandoned and obviously full of brambles, is what we saw on the site visit. Could you point them out, Dan, on the map thing, whatever it's called, and what are your plans for the ponds?
Sure, yes. The ponds that are existing just now haven't been abandoned. They won't be abandoned. They form part of the overall open space, and they'll be managed and maintained by the management company which is managing the existing Phase 1 development.
Apologies. So there is a pond to the north of the site that doesn't form part of the site. There is an area here that isn't closely surveyed and may contain a pond. But I just wondered, are the ponds mentioned, and it might be worth. No, I was going to. I was going to mention that because we did a. I think it's Mike who is keen on the ponds. But it was my understanding was when we had a site visit, it was the town council had a group that looked to maintain and increase biodiversity within ponds, existing ponds within and there were 2 ponds on the edge of this site down here that they had been doing work to, but when Persimmon came onto the site, obviously it wasn't safe to carry on doing the work. And I think the town council had discussions with the Persimmon site manager about whether or not they could start coming back onto the site to start doing the work again. But I would defer to town council for whether I've got the right of it or the wrong of it.
I believe you're talking about Mike Smith, who's head of our environment committee. Yeah, we were looking at the pond that sits on the edge of Victoria Mill and cleaning that one up.
Okay. Dan asked if he could, sorry to interrupt you. Okay. Dan asked if the town council could confirm about the ponds, so that's fine.
But I know Mike Smith is looking at cleaning up that one to a certain extent, but we're not quite sure if we actually own it or it's sitting on the Persimmon site, which we have to look into.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Matheson. Put your mic on.
Sorry, yeah. There are a few bungalows in the mix that's now offered. Are you prepared to make one of them comply with M43?
Yeah, we can make them compliant with M43. I'm advised my technical director. They're all M42, I think, at present, the bungalows.
They're all M42 at present. Obviously, if there's a need, if that's a private sale, and there's a need for someone as a purchaser to have an M43, then yes, we'll consider it.
Can you achieve that when people, when it's half built or off plan or what? What's the possibility?
It would have to come before floor slab goes in, so it'd have to be an early sale. If I was to make an M43 plot from day one, then obviously that might hinder our sales as such, because someone without that need could purchase that, and that obviously don't benefit someone who does need it.
The Disability Forum is consistently asking that, on these bigger sites, that we might have one ready to go. So, just pressing that point to you, really, whether you would, like to say yes to that, or only if someone comes along wanting one.
I'd like to say that we can say yes to it, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Hardingham, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Refer to the Joint Local Plan SP10 on climate change, which states that we should be aiming for sustainable construction to regulate building temperatures. And I'm just wondering what design features you've put in to maximise solar gain during the spring and autumn, and equally it's becoming increasingly important to reduce solar gain and reduce the likelihood of overheating in peak summer months. So have you taken that into account in the layout and design, for instance, deeper eaves or solar shading or K-glass or something like that?
So all our houses obviously adhere to Part O building regulations. Obviously adding further windows can compensate overheating, but then can obviously then go against the other way. So we tend not to go away from what our standard house types are, because they're compliant through the building regs.
Did you want to come back?
Well, just a point. The orientation of buildings has a huge, and the orientation size of windows has a great deal.
That's not a question. I think he's answered the question. Councillor Marriott.
Okay, page 83, 7.3. It's mentioning the, sorry, that's going a bit funny. The separate pedestrian cycleway provided adjacent to the primary road on phase 1 has not been repeated in phase 2. Connection to the existing public rights-of-way network is also provided to the northeast corner of the site. A potential pedestrian and cycle link to Langton Grove is shown, but no connection has been agreed. Given the size of the development, further pedestrian linkages would have been welcomed. And then further down on 7.7, it does say that conditions are recommended by the Highways Authority to secure details of pedestrian and cycle connections. Do we know whether that actually covers the points that have been made in 7.3, which I just described?
Is that a question for the applicant to respond to, or the planning officers?
Maybe the planning officers.
Are you able to comment on that?
So with regards to a pedestrian cycle link through the north of parcel 14 to Langton Grove, my understanding is Persimmon are able and ready to deliver that on the land within their ownership. The problem is then the land outside of their ownership, and that would require agreement from the neighbouring landowner to connect.
Okay. Is there any way that we can do anything to try and ensure that that is a connection? We as a council, given it's private land matters, but the concept of having a path to nowhere.
Within our ability to condition the reserve matters, we can only compel Persimmon to do works on the land in their ownership. We can't require works on third-party owned land. So no, you can't require the condition to buy on a.
I realise we can't condition it, but can we do anything to encourage it to happen?
In terms of encouraging it to happen, I think officers could continue to work with Persimmon and iTown Council to facilitate negotiations with the third-party landowner in respect of delivering that pedestrian cycleway to Langton Grove.
Thank you. Any further questions? I know we are on questions to the applicant, and we've had a lot of questions back to the officer, but are there any further questions to the applicant? If not, then we'll move to the ward member, Councillor Elkin. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Since this Phase 2 Reserve Matters application was first put forward, the developer has responded to some of the concerns which have been raised, which is welcome. However, as you have heard, I think it's fair to say there's still a number of outstanding issues which are causing concern locally. So I'd like to highlight some specific issues with housing mix, layout, connectivity and appearance. Looking at the housing mix, as others have noted, the focus on this part 2 is on large 4 and 5 bed homes. I think over 53% are 4 and 5 bed with 0 1 bed, which is out of line with Mid Suffolk's own housing needs assessment, and as others have said, not in line with I's neighbourhood plan policy I3, which wants to see affordable 1, 2 and 3 bed homes. We appreciate that there has been a more up-to-date survey, the neighbourhood plan in I is being reviewed, and the direction of travel might be a bit larger, but not that large. As others have said, having more large homes on the site potentially means more people. We can't go back to the Section 106 to reopen that. I's infrastructure is, I think it's fair to say, creaking at the seams with the schools and healthcare and sewage system already under quite a bit of strain. I think Anglian Water said they were happy with the connection, but I would respectfully like to invite them to paddle through the sewage that runs down Victoria Hill when we get heavy rain. Looking at the layout, because there's the focus on 4 and 5 bed homes, it's squeezed out space for other things. So we've talked about pocket parks, but I think that's probably the reason why there's all this tandem parking, one car in front of another and a garage. I know Highways have said they're not concerned, but we are concerned that it is going to result into overspill into the guest parking bays and then onto the road, which I think is already starting to creep in Phase 1, even though it's not very fully occupied yet. homes have been placed closer to the boundaries of the site, in some cases much closer to the boundary than people were expecting. And you might think, well, why is everyone making such a fuss about that? But the design brief that was referred to earlier did set out incredibly clearly with lovely layouts that there would be a buffer of 18 to 36 metres between the new housing and existing residents. And when the first round of this Reserve Matters application came forward, in some cases that had shrunk to 5 or 6 metres with a 2-storey house looking straight into people's gardens. So there has been pushback against that, and there have been lots of improvements, but there are some places where it's still a particular problem, and I think plots 69 and 76 have got much smaller gaps still of 15 metres with 2-storey homes proposed, which will obviously have a big impact on their light and their amenity. And the fact that, it's a really big, spacious site, the fact that they can't be given a few more metres or replaced with a bungalow is just very frustrating to people, given that this outline initially, I know it's an outline and indicative, but it did kind of promise to eye that there would be really big gaps around the edges. And I think the officer does say that they will be overlooking and loss of privacy on those particular locations. Coming quickly to the connectivity, the original site brief was based around 3 greenways, these nice sort of walking and cycle routes out through the site, and 2 of those are still in the design, which is really welcome. The third one, the Langton Greenway, kind of couldn't quite be made to work and has sort of basically been replaced by a spine road, and there is now a footpath and cycleway at the top of that part of the site, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. It goes to the red line and stops. And I think that's particularly important because beyond that is the nursery school, and it's the only early years provision in Eye. And so having that connection is absolutely key because it will give a safe walking route through to the nursery and for people who live in the top of Eye to get back through into all this nice green space that's going to be delivered. So, yeah, I appreciate that's outside the red line, but it is really important. And finally, the issues of appearance and design. Again, at that very early outline stage, residents of Eye, some sitting here, put an enormous amount of time and effort into the consultation process that shaped that initial design brief. And Eye Neighbourhood Plan says the outline permission was granted on the basis that the development should accord with the design brief for the site. And that brief proposed a winding tree-lined village street through the site, dotted with interesting character buildings at key points. And it's not really what we've got here in phase 2. So as you'll have seen, the Suffolk Preservation Society has described it, what has been put forward as a mundane, high-density development that lacks a genuine attempt at placemaking. There's lots of red brick. We saw on the nice layouts of houses, there were sort of, I think 50% were render. There was a couple of brick ones, a couple of render ones. There's actually only 15 homes with render out of the 127 compared to 30 in phase 1. I think the officer report suggests the design is acceptable, but I think it's fair to say that I would like to aim higher than acceptable. It's a really significant application for Eye. We know more houses are coming the town's way, and the appearance of this site is going to create a sort of baseline that future developments are going to refer back to when they justify their own design approaches. So we really do want this one to be of a good high standard. And it would need lots of change, just a bit more variation in materials, a bit less brick, some coins, some render, some chimneys, things we see other sites delivering. And that would help it all sit a bit more happily on the edge of what is basically a small rural medieval town. So to sum up, people in Eye are definitely not being NIMBYs. These homes are an important part of Eye's neighbourhood plan and they do need to be delivered. But as you've heard, there's strong feeling that this application is not there yet in terms of meeting local housing needs, layout, connectivity, appearance, and some other matters. And the town really wants to continue working with the developer. Indeed, efforts were being made to set up some more meetings where we found out that the committee date had been announced. So I would like to ask the committee to consider deferring this application to allow that work to continue for a little bit longer so that we can get this development the best it can be and build a productive relationship to the benefit of both the developer and to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the board member? Councillor Hanningham?
Can I ask Gemma or Dan how viable it is to defer this and not, what's the word, not decide it, non-determination? How, what are the you know.
I think that would be a risk in terms of challenge against non-determination, but the ability to move forward with that rests with Persimmon rather than us necessarily. I think if members wanted to, within their debate, consider deferral or other resolutions, I would advise members to focus on the matters set out in the reserved matters, which are appearance, layout, scale and landscaping, and to frame your thinking around those 4 points. Because I think if we were to take forward arguments around housing mix, that might not necessarily accord with what we can deal with within reserved matters, but appearance, layout, scale, landscaping, those are the matters that we have control over, and they might not closely accord with mix, but if we can frame our thinking in terms of those areas, that might give you a way forward in your debates.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's for the officers really, but the ward member is saying that what's in front of us does not sufficiently deliver what the outline envisaged in terms of connectivity and well, quality really of design. That, you know, I mean, I don't suppose the outline on access actually talked about access to the primary school by any chance? Because I mean, if it did, then we'd be in a slightly different place in terms of conditioning that connection is actually achieved, albeit it's outside the red line.
I mean, in terms of the outline, at the end of the report, we set out a reference of conditions that were set out there. So we've got delivery of access to Castleton Way, delivery of zebra crossing and school drop-off area across Castleton Way. We've got the delivery of internal carriageways and footways. We've got the delivery of the access to Langton Grove set out within the outline as well. So we do have that, but access was a matter considered at outline. So we probably want to be. I think if members had particular problems with, or I think if we're identifying particular problems with access, that's probably already been dealt with at outline, and the scope of the reserved matters before us is appearance, layout, landscaping and scale, and it's around those areas that members probably want to be framing their discussions when they move into debate.
Thank you. Councillor Warbourne.
I'm very concerned, I think, about the sort of conflict between this proposal.
But we are on questions, we're not on debate yet.
Yeah, okay. The question is, I mean, because of this conflict, is there sufficient weight in the neighbourhood plan to refuse this application?
In terms of housing mix conflict?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. I will let Ian come back in on that point.
It's very important that when councils make any planning decision, it takes account of the plan, which is the current plan, as in the statutory plan. I mean the district council's plan and any relevant neighbourhood plans. However, always the case that development policies are only relevant insofar as the council's able to take account of them in the decision it has to make on the day. And on the day we have a decision that is reserved matters where the outline has already been granted. So that does constrain the extent to which policies that are subsequent they're only relevant if they relate to a reserved matter. And we have already discussed, I've given advice on the meaning of the word scale and layout, etc. So that's where we are.
Thank you. Are there any further questions before we move to debate? Councillor Thank you. Because a lot of the questions, I think, are actually verging on debate and opinion, not on asking a factual question. So if there are there any more questions for clarity or items that are just plain questions rather than opinions? If not, I think we're ready to move to debate. So I think we've heard from the officers that although we don't like the house, well, I don't like the housing mix, and it is not compliant with our neighbourhood plan, we can't use that as a reason for refusal. That's how what I'm reading as to the advice. But we can talk about other aspects of design and layout, and I'm sure we've all got lots to say on layout. We've heard lots of concerns about parking, and I think when you look at the overall plan of the whole of the estate, both phase 1 and phase 2, if you look at it superficially, it looks lovely because it's got so many green spaces. But then when you dig down into the details and you hear that they meet parking requirements, but we've all got developments in our communities where they meet parking requirements, and the cars are still all parked on the pavement, on the green spaces, on the shared driveways, all the rest of it. Maybe if the parking layout, there isn't enough room for all that parking, maybe the houses do need to be smaller. Just my thought, because if they're only 2-bed houses, they won't need as many parking spaces. But anyway, that's just my thought. I think Councillor Hallingham wants to say.
Thank you. I mean, Dan said that this is, what we're here for is about appearance and design and landscaping, and I don't really like it. And so I don't know if we've got, enough to send this back. But, I am worried about the triple parking, regardless of whatever highways have said about it, and I do think that the attention to detail has gone down compared to phase 1, which, like you said, I think it looks lovely. But the very fact they've only put in, was it 10 houses with render compared to 30? I think they are getting a bit tight on this one, thinking this is further back. Let's get the ugly right at the back, and no one can see it. And I do feel bad for the I-Town that have felt that they'd been promised, big gaps between the houses. What was there? It is very different to their original plan. I realise it's just indicative, but there's been a huge change, frankly, and I'm not keen on this at all.
Thank you. Anyone else like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Hardingham, did you want to say something since you were about to ask a question?
Yes. Well, I would have thought that in terms of appearance, we could be. We could defer or require changes to the appearance of the houses, namely the selection of housing styles, whether they're render or not. I don't know whether scale would encompass the separation from neighbouring dwellings or not, and layout. Seems to be the layout is very tight, especially around the boundaries, and plots 69 and 76, which we looked at during the site visit, could presumably be pushed back by various modifications to the design. I would appreciate your comments about the parking. Even duplex parking is going to be a problem. People will drive in and say, "Oh, my wife needs to go out before me. I'm not going to park behind her, so I'll park on the street."
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Matheson.
Everyone seems to be a bit reluctant to come forward. I actually worked in for 5 years a long time ago, and it is a very special place, and it is. It's a tourist attraction in its own right, with a host of lovely buildings, and it's just deserves better than this. Frankly, it really does. And one other point I just wanted to make really is that maybe we should start to outline. Set the number of bedrooms instead of the number of houses.
We do. I think in some applications that have come forward since that one, please correct me if I'm wrong, we have actually put housing mix as an outline condition.
Yes, Chair, we didn't at the time that this outline came along. I think it was sort of late 2019, early 2020 that position was clarified through various appeals, and from then and now on we put on a condition that means we can deal with the exact housing mix, bedroom numbers, tenure, everything, now that we've got the design detailed. This is one of probably, I would anticipate, the last ones where we see this, but it is a slightly historic issue that we're dealing with there, unfortunately.
Doesn't help us today, but just to get the
doesn't,
facts
no.
right.
I mean, and I think somebody raised in the questions about paragraph 5.5 and about the direction of travel towards everyone working from home, and actually the direction of travel at the moment is actually going back in the other direction, partly driven by government and big business saying we want to see you in the office more, and so that assertion, and I think there was a real problem in there in that paragraph of saying, well, we can't use the new housing needs survey because it's only in draft, but then we're given the assertion that people want the extra rooms, etc., and we've crammed all that extra bedrooms and bricks into the same space, and the result is that it's now an unattractive, overly dense development, and the results are sort of visually going to be unsatisfactory. It's just not very good. I don't know what to do about it, but it isn't.
Councillor Marriott.
I just wanted to highlight some of the remarks of Suffolk Preservation Society, which I think are worthy of note. They do again mention the lack of links to the rest of I, and they say that the proposals show a very small number of trees, sporadically set along the route, significantly fewer than was anticipated. And it also mentions that there are landmark buildings at key nodal junctions had been recommended, where key views terminate, and at strategic locations these will be placed to ensure the scheme was memorable and easy to navigate, and those haven't been put in place.
Thank you for highlighting those. Anyone else like to make any further comment? Councillor Warboyd?
I'll make. Yes. My perception as we walked through the site and our site visit was that there was a great deal of sort of hard surfacing. In addition to the sort of housing, which I found, my immediate reaction to it was very generic. It lacked the sort of qualities that were apparent in the phase one, which we walked through. But this sort of extent of the hard surfacing just made me feel that what was being presented was more of an urban environment rather than something that because of its location you could conceive it as being suburban on the fringe of a very attractive historic town. That is scale, if you like, its appearance, but it's certainly layout. I think it's brought home by the slides we were seeing at the beginning of the presentation, which looked at the housing. There was nothing there which I felt really, as Councillor Elkins said, this sort of placemaking, and that the scale of this, of 122 houses, that's a substantial number of homes, and there should be more of an effort, I think, to make that feel, give that a sense of place. I would like to defer to the neighbourhood plan. I think I do apologise. I should have read through it earlier. I've sort of glanced through it. But it is a well thought through document, and it does give guidance, and I think, on the sort of development there should be there. It doesn't say there should be no development, but it certainly does suggest the sort of style and the nature of the development takes place that would be appropriate for I. So I'm not very happy with following that officer's recommendations at this point.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is difficult because we know there's going to be development there, and all we can discuss is layout and landscaping and size. But lots of people have made comment about I think there are issues with the layout. I presume the distance from the existing properties, surely that is part of layout. And the layout of the roadways with the parking spaces. Does that come under layout?
I think all of that does, and I think from what I've heard, I've made various notes that I think there seem to be points that you generally have got concerns about, and it sounds to me like there is something we could take away and bring back, if that's a general...
So are you suggesting that we could defer it and you'll go away and work on those, or should we be suggesting a refusal on layout?
I don't think I would suggest a refusal, because there seem to be relatively small matters. This is a big scheme that are possible to address. We've had it in quite a long time. We've been working on it for quite a long time. So I think it would be reasonable to go away and take those and see if we can resolve them, if you're happy that they are small enough to do that with. If you think it's more significant, that might be something we need to get to. But in general, I think from what I've heard, I think it's small enough that there are changes that we could make. So I mean, the kind of current notes I've got is that we're looking at improving appearance and materials of the house types, that we could amend the layout to increase buffer zone to the site boundaries, reduce the scale of development on plots 69 and 76, and increase use of street trees within landscaping. They are all relatively discrete points that would drop in or tweak an elevation plan, for example. That would be relatively within
and what about the sort of place-making distinctive buildings on major junctions or whatever? I don't know what you call those.
Was that about
landmark
materials?
properties or something,
I think the
isn't
parish
it?
reference sort of coins and the use of render, so that's why I put in the materials or an appearance of house types, so we could focus on the corner plots having a different appearance. I know some have got something like bay windows on all of the turns, so you know that there is a road because there's bay window either side of it. We've used chimneys in the past, various things like that, again, are each relatively discreet, but could give you a bit of a placemaking through that, if that's something members are content. So I can tweak what I've got, if that sounds...
Councillor Matheson?
Is there any room to meet? I mean, I was also struck by Suffolk Preservation Society submission. In the middle of theirs, they've got the brief also sought to achieve a village street primary route that created new pedestrian links out of the development. However, we note the lack of links to the rest of I, both pedestrians and cyclists, and most evidently this dead end that we've talked about already. Is there anything, that's layout, is there anything that can be done about that within the scope of a deferral?
I think the majority of that is access, but that's why I suggested the trees, was the increased use of street trees within landscaping, because I think that is something the Preservation Society mentioned, is use of street trees. So that would give us something that we could do, but probably the actual access itself is going to be beyond what we could deal with.
Especially given that northern access, it's the issue with the landowner on the other side, and we can't do anything about that anyway. And I think the only other access on phase 2 is the cycleway onto Victoria Hill. So, anyone else? Anyone like to make a proposal? Maybe Councillor Matheson.
I would propose the deferral on the to try and see as many as possible of the things that Gemma's been outlining.
Two hands simultaneously. Councillor Warboys? Thank you. Does your comment, Gemma, include trying to do something about getting rid of some of the triple parking aspects as well?
Do you know, I did, and then I've lost it along the way. So let me add that in, and triple parking. So what I'm suggesting then, on the basis of the comments, is that we'll be looking to defer to, 1, improve the appearance and materials of all house types, including at key locations, amend the layout to increase buffer zone to site boundaries and reduce triple parking. 3, reduce the scale of development on plots 69 and 76 and increase use of street trees within landscaping. Do we think that covers the issues at hand?
Does anyone have anything else they would like to add to that list that Gemma's just read out of things that we want them to go away and work on?
Sorry, that's
Councillor Marriott?
So that included the landmark buildings, did it? Was that in the... I could just...
Anyone else wish to add anything? But before we go to the vote, I would like to just make a comment that when we went on the site, it's mainly for the applicant, when we went on the site visit, and as I said before, when you look at the overall plan of this site, you think, wow, there's such a lot of green space, it looks lovely. And when we went on the site visit, I realised how impermeable it all was. And you went down one of those little dead ends and you had a little kick rail fence and you couldn't get onto the lovely big open space where the attenuation ponds are. But I noticed in the late papers that phase 2, you're going to put little gaps in it so people can actually walk from one end of a cul-de-sac to the next cul-de-sac via the green space. So thank you very much for doing that, because I think that it felt very like a lot of dead ends, even though it was a big, wide, spacious area. We do like pedestrian connectivity, but I think we've got that in phase 2 now, and we can't go back to phase 1. People will just find a desire line and jump over a hedge or whatever you're going to plant there. So I think we have a proposal for a deferral, which has been proposed and seconded. So I think we can go to a vote with show of hands. So who is in favour of the deferral based on the list of comments read out by Gemma?
Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for deferral.
Thank you.
Deferred, thank you.
Right, it's now 4:30. I'm going to propose we have another 5-minute comfort break while people move around, and then we've got the final case to consider. So can we be back at 25 to 5? Thank you. We now move to the last item on our agenda, item 7D, DC 24-05511 at 27 Church Walk, Stowmarket, and I will invite Nikita Goodrich to introduce the application to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. This application is for the erection of one dwelling in Church Walk in Stowmarket. The application has been brought to committee today due to a councillor call-in request. The concerns raised related to access, health and safety, community wellbeing, public nuisance, overdevelopment, impacts on residential amenity and harm to the heritage assets. This is the site location plan that shows the plot that the dwelling seeks to infill. This is the aerial map showing that there are dwellings to the south of the site and the B1115 to the northwest and Gipping Way to the east. This is the wider aerial view showing the full context of the site and its place within Stowmarket. This is a Google Map image showing the highly sustainable location of the site. It is roughly a 2 to 4 minute walk to the nearest bus stops, 6-minute walk to the train station, roughly 6-minute walk into the town centre, and 8-minute walk to the Aldi supermarket. There are also numerous car parks nearby which are Mid Suffolk owned and allow for resident permit parking. Onto the constraints map that shows that the site is within a designated conservation area with Grade 2 listed buildings to the south, a Grade 2 star listed building to the north and a Grade 1 listed church to the west. There is also a bridle way that runs along the west of the site, which is how the site is accessed. This is the site layout. There are no parking spaces shown as this is a car-free development. There is a gated access with bin and cycle storage provided and a garden space to the rear. These are the proposed elevations. This shows that the dwelling is detached with the materials to be cream brickwork and natural slate to match the adjacent dwellings. There are also blind windows on the side elevations to improve the appearance of the dwelling but reduce potential amenity impacts. These are the floor plans showing that the dwelling has 2 bedrooms and all the necessary facilities. This is the proposed street scene, showing that the dwelling seeks to match the character of the adjacent dwellings on the right-hand side with the matching materials and the height of the eaves and the ridge. This is the proposed CGI plan, giving an idea of what the dwelling would look like on the site. The parked car shown on this plan demonstrates the current parking space for the adjacent dwelling and is not part of this application. Moving on to site photos, this is a view from the churchyard looking east towards the site. And this is a closer view of the site in its current form. This is taken from the north of Church Walk, facing towards the south, showing the bridleway and the bollards in front of the site, which restricts any cars driving down that path. This is a view of the building to the north of the site, which is the potential non-designated heritage asset. This is another view of Church Walk taken from the adjacent footpath. This shows the listed buildings to the south of the site, which the proposed dwelling seeks to match. And this is the view from the bridleway in front of the site towards the church. To conclude, the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Haddingham.
So is it where the where the purple wall bit is, it's the thing that isn't actually wall, that's the site, is it? It's the bit, it looks like a fence, but it's painted the same to match the wall, is that right?
That's the one, yeah.
Any further questions of the officer? Councillor Matheson.
So at the moment that space is being used by somebody to park. That's the owner of that site. That's the one that's on the main road.
The parking space is for the end of the terrace, the listed building side. So the red building doesn't have any parking spaces at the moment. No.
Is the land use currently garden space for that red building or garden space for the one with the parking spot?
Garden space for the red building.
Right, any further questions for the officer? Councillor Hardingham.
Is the red building occupied? Is it in use?
Currently, I don't believe so, but the lawful use of it is, the downstairs is residential for a flat, but I don't believe from my site visit that there is anyone in there.
Councillor Marriott?
Is it the case that the building was set back, but it's now in line with the other buildings on the street?
Possibly. I know that there was design changes to better reflect the nearby dwellings, but I do believe it was designed to match the next door listed building.
Could we just have a look at the plan? Because I think the building was right against Church Walk, wasn't it? Which is what the listed building row of terraces is as well. That one?
Yeah.
There was a plan.
Oh, sorry.
Plan with
a block plan, sorry.
the plan of the site.
Yeah, the site layout.
That one. That looks like it's flush with the front, doesn't it? Yeah. Councillor Haddingham?
But SEC highways are not happy, but they look like they are happy.
Yes, I think there was some changes to be made, but I think they didn't realise that it was car-free because of the sustainable location, but when it was clarified, they removed the objection.
Good stuff, thank you. Any further questions for the officer?
Yeah, I still don't quite understand this car thing. Just trying to remember, is that car that's there, or the car that will continue to be there, or whatever it is, does that come from Church Walk? Because I remember the bollards are quite a long way up from the
I think that car comes from the library end. Because you have to go right the way round the churchyard, past the library and in, and then presumably that is the car park space for the end terrace before the bollards. Councillor Hardingham.
So in terms of construction for this house, access for vehicles bringing in materials and equipment will be along Church Walk, which is quite narrow for a lorry.
Yes, we've put a recommended condition on that they have to submit exactly how they were planning to do so and how the traffic would be for the large lorries. But yeah, presumably from Church Walk.
Thank you. It's your hand up again, Councillor.
Yeah, can I caution what we say about that access, because we got into a heap of trouble with somewhere where we said, well, it was 4 houses in Fimber, in fact, but we restricted them to vehicles under 7.5 tonnes, and it just became impossible. They couldn't actually get the materials to where they wanted to build the houses, and in the end they actually built a temporary road across a different bit of ground. So there's quite a worry there how that management plan for construction. What is it going to say? It's got to be deliverable, but on the other hand, they're not going to be able to get the materials in there without something. So I think it's really difficult.
Is there any response from the officers about how we can deal with the construction management plan?
I can't recollect specifically Fimber, but I do know we have had some where deliveries have been difficult and one-way streets and various things. So that is why we're not restricting it specifically. What we're saying to them is come up with a plan, explain to us, where are you anticipating storing your materials, how are you going to work this, and then we can look at whether that's okay. Because by that point, they'll have got a builder or developer on board who's actually going to do this, and we'll be able to say, yeah, I've got a yard, potentially somewhere in Stowmarket, I'll get my bricks delivered there, and then I'll put them in a flatback truck, and that's how I'm going to get them down there, and that's what we would hold them to. At this stage, it is difficult to do more than that because we don't know, but I completely appreciate the concern because we do not want massive lorries turning up down there, reversing listed buildings, bollards, narrow road. It would be difficult, but that is the solution in planning terms.
It should be manageable by condition. That's what we're saying.
I think we would be happy with that, and I think that's been out to different consultees who've agreed that would be the appropriate way to deal with that.
All this is bearing in mind we're going past various heritage assets and things to get to it.
Yeah, we're on questions at the moment, please, Councillor Matheson. Right. Any more questions of the officer? Councillor Marriott.
On page page 98, it's mentioning the historic England, the desirability of using a Flemish board for brickwork. I don't know if it's in the recommendation. It does say brickwork panel related to the new walls. I don't know if that's related to it or.
Presumably that's the fourth condition we're talking about, are we?
Yes, does that relate to a Flemish brickwork?
Or is that just a condition that it has to
exactly.
be agreed?
So that will be that a specific panel is submitted to us demonstrating what they're going to do.
Yes,
so again, there would be some flexibility for them to say what they think is appropriate, but that is usually dealt with by our heritage team, who I anticipate would want a very specific bond and mortar and mix and various other technical things. So that would be dealt with by the technical specialists.
Because they say a Flemish bond for brickwork. I presume the other houses have got something similar, so that they're asking for that.
Councillor Elkin?
Working. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it was basically, I had actually been going to ask the same thing, that even though it was Heritage England, not our heritage officers, but that's still covered.
Yes, anything we get in on a condition would be, we'd consult our heritage officers no matter who's asked for it. We'd probably consult Historic England as well, but we're unlikely to get a comment. Sometimes they'll come back and say that's not something we'll deal with, but we do try and consult them just so they've got a chance to. So if they want to provide us with advice, they can, but if not, our heritage expert would look at that in any case and give us some advice.
Okay. Councillor Warboys.
It says it talks about a non-designated heritage asset, but this is its garden, presumably.
Yes, yeah. So it's a potential non-designated heritage asset, but they're not completely sure whether it is or not. There was the very low level of less substantial harm with the removal of that bit of amenity space from that building, but on the balance of everything else within the application, we don't believe that that is significant enough to warrant refusal, I think. But yeah, they're not 100% sure that that is a non-designated heritage asset, but it has the potential to be.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can now move on to public speakers. We don't have the town council, we don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter. I believe we have the agent who is joining us on Teams, James Dodd.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hopefully you can all hear me okay?
Yep, and I'll time you with 3 minutes with my timer. Thank you.
Perfect, no worries. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is James Dodd, the planning consultant acting on behalf of the applicant. The application before you is for the erection of a new infill dwelling which closely reflects the nature of Church Walk as existing, in particular the adjacent terrace. The proposal is for a car-free development in the centre of Stowmarket, which will also positively contribute to the character and appearance of the conservation area and preserve and enhance the nearby heritage assets. The scheme offers clear uplift and improvement to the site, which is significantly run down. The committee report perfectly summarises the proposal in that the site is located in a sustainable, well-connected location, which enables the redevelopment of an otherwise underused site without detrimental impact on highway safety, residential amenity, ecology, or the historic narrative of the area. The principle of development is acceptable in this location, and the recommendation for approval highlights that the proposal is in line with local and national planning policies. As agents, we endorse the recommendation in full through the effective redevelopment of this undeveloped site. The applicant acknowledges the sensitivity of the area, given the site's location within the conservation area and adjacent listed buildings. However, the proposed dwelling has been carefully designed to ensure it responds sensitively to its context. This is reflected in both the Historic England and Heritage Officer response, which are both supportive, which both ensure the proposed dwelling will integrate well with Church Walk, closely resembling the adjacent listed terrace in built form and contributing to the historic character. Whilst it is disappointing there is some local objection, these comments are not shared by professional consultees or your officers. In particular, the alleged harm to non-designated heritage assets should be dismissed, as your heritage officer has concluded. As such, it is clear that the officer's conclusion, in that the public benefits clearly outweigh any minor level of harm, is well formed. To summarise, the design-led proposal represents a well-considered addition to the area, respecting key heritage considerations alongside all of the technical requirements. Upon completion, the development will contribute positively to the community without any undue harm. There are no objections held from professional consultees, given the proposal's ability to demonstrate a low level of harm, which the public benefits far outweigh. I therefore encourage you to grant planning permission as recommended in the terms set out in the committee report. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the agent? Thank you very much. The ward member is not able to be here but has sent a written statement which I'm going to read out. So this is from Councillor Ollie Walters. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend today's committee meeting due to other commitments. I do, however, want to have my thoughts and concerns as ward councillor conveyed via this statement. My main concerns are over policy areas of community access, health and safety, community wellbeing and public nuisance. Firstly, the site is in a very restricted residential area. I believe the works will cause significant disruption to neighbours and affect their well-being for a sustained period of time. Where will the site be accessed? Without temporary traffic signalling, it will not be safe to access from Station Road West. If signalling is introduced, it will adversely affect traffic flow, which is already highly congested in this area at key times throughout the day. I'm sure that there will be something in place regarding lorries' arrival times, but I'm still very concerned re public safety as and when this isn't 100% adhered to. Who will be policing this? I am not alone with this concern, as I see Suffolk County Council Highways are also seriously concerned the John Peel Centre end of Church Walk will surely not be an option. Secondly, I am aware of a resident in Church Walk with severe visual impairment. I have spoken with them and this development will adversely affect their quality of life and subsequent well-being for the period of the build. Whilst fiercely independent, they are very concerned as they regularly walk to the train station for work and leisure. There are other routes to the station, of course, but with only about 5% vision, this will be a major upheaval for them. Immediate neighbours have publicly commented about the loss of light to their property, which is also a concern. Thirdly, I call into question our policy around overdevelopment. This is a very quiet, compact residential area. I question why the town developer needs another dwelling where proposed, but there may be good reasons other than financial gain. Finally, I want to stand up for the green space for people who regularly visit St Peter's Church and its surrounds. Whilst I am aware that provisions are in place to ensure the resulting build will blend in well with its surroundings, for the period of the build it will be an eyesore, and how long will it take before it becomes fully integrated? Thank you, Ollie Walters, Ward Councillor for St Peter's. So we can't ask him any questions, so I will open this item up for debate. Anyone like to make a start? Councillor Warboys, is that a hand going up?
I think it's a question. There's two bollards outside this house. How's it going to... And the street scene they show, they don't show the bollards that are there.
Bollards were in the street scene.
I looked at the wrong one then.
I think. Can we have the street scene back up? I recognise the bollards. They're just about to fit in. If you've got big wide panniers, you only just scrape through.
Yes, the bollards are there, but on the actual proposal, they've vanished. I can't imagine. They should be there, shouldn't they? Between the gate, there's the bit of fence. Is that fencing or a gate? So that's fencing. So the bollards are on the corner of the house. And presumably they're there to give some access from the building on the corner. But that's
just to prevent traffic going down there because it's only a bridleway. That's what the bollards are for.
You can't actually take a vehicle down.
You can't take a vehicle all the way through.
Park.
No, I think Councillor Walters has raised some concerns about what happens during the build. and I think there are concerns, as already been mentioned by Councillor Matheson, but how is the building material going to be there? And of course there will be disruption whilst the house is being built. But we're having a two-bed house here. We've been crying out for two-bed houses in all the other applications. And this is in a sustainable location. So, you know, I think I'm broadly in favour of it, really. But I do think we do need to control the period of time for building and how the building materials are going to get there. I think those are concerns. But if that can be managed, then I think it's actually quite a nice little. It's quite refreshing to have a car-free development.
If I could just add there, Chair, I'm just going to say, for single houses, we don't normally put a construction management plan on. So that's the difference. If this had been a house in a normal driving through street and there was a gap, we wouldn't put it on, but we're conscious of it. So unusually, we have put it on to attempt to deal with that one in the way we can. Sorry, thank you.
Councillor Haddingham.
I'm happy to propose that we accept our officer's recommendation.
Is there a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Marriott? Does anybody wish to contribute to a debate now we've got a proposal on the table? Councillor Elkin?
It was just a question, actually. This might be a bit niche, but we've heard from Councillor Walters that the resident next door is visually impaired or, you know, has vision difficulties. I know you're going to have a sort of site management plan, construction management plan. Is there any way of building in particular consideration for a neighbour, you know, alerting them to when trucks are coming? I don't know. There may be nothing, but I just wondered, as he's raised it, whether there was anything that we could do to help.
Nothing specifically comes to mind, but I think it might be something we could ask for at the time in the construction management plan. You know, can you make sure your vehicles have got tonal reversal alarms or beeping reversing alarms so people can hear them coming? Where are your plans for leaving materials, you know, not in the middle of the highway? They need to be dealt with. So it's, to my mind, more, dare I say, common sense things that we might like to see for everybody than are necessarily specific. So I think we would have that in mind as and when the condition comes in. We can make a note to that effect, that for health and safety purposes,
for everybody,
this is critical for everybody. And those last details of those kind of tonal reversing alarms, particularly where we might see somebody driving and somebody else might not, and the tonal reversing alarm is particularly important. I think we could probably make particular reference to that in that condition.
So can that be noted in the so that when it does come through for the building construction management plan, that you remember it, because I'm sure you have a lot of
I think you can see Nikita struggling.
She's scribbling something down.
Scribbling
there,
scribbling
I think Councillor Hardingham, did you have your hand up?
Thank you. Yeah, I've got concerns about the viability of the house on the corner, the red one, the tile-hung one, because it's losing most of its outdoor space. It has always looked neglected and barely occupied to me in all the time I've known it, really. And I just wonder whether there's any grounds for making changes to this or refusal on the basis that it affects the viability of the house next door, which owns, presumably, the space on which it's going to be built.
Thank you. So I was just asking, and Nikita's confirmed it's in separate ownership, so we are difficult on that one. If they've already sold it off or if it was never in their ownership, we don't know. But yeah, unfortunately, that separate ownership is rather a deal breaker from a planning perspective.
Councillor Warboys?
If the, you know, pending on the sort of construction management plan, just one question: would the next door neighbours be consulted about this management plan as to whether that would be, they could live with it?
So we don't usually consult with neighbours, but we could possibly, via the parish council, take comments. It's something we have done.
You have sent some sort of conditions to parish council, so it could be sent to the town council. And hopefully they can then comment on behalf of the immediate neighbours. Hopefully.
So close, I think.
Councillor Harlingham.
Just one more point, really. The Suffolk Preservation Society makes the point that positive enhancement to the conservation area is dependent on careful detailing. We therefore urge that the details, such as joinery and brickwork, are carefully conditioned. I was just asking whether that's going to be included in there. So
I think that was
really
what
matches.
Councillor Marriott was referring to, wasn't she? And it's in the conditions already, and it's going to be referred to heritage officers. Yeah. Any further additions to the debate? So we've got the bit about you've made a note about informing the town council to be particularly and the condition of the construction management to be considerate to neighbours with disabilities or whatever the right term is.
I think we'd have to leave that with the officer, that the bullet point covers what we need it to, and we can take away those details and get a condition written up.
So we've got a proposal, we've got a seconder, so we can go for the vote. So hands up if you're in favour of the proposal.
Thank you, members. That is 8 votes for. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Right, so finished at 17:06. Next meeting is...
Site inspections.
Oh, sorry, site inspections. Have they got any site inspections?
No, we haven't.
Right, okay, now we'll finish the meeting. 17:06. Right, sorry, I forgot about site inspections. Next meeting is on the 23rd at 9:30. Thank you. Bye.